Members, you need to start making your way to the chamber for a quorum. Members, start making your way to the chamber for a quorum so we can get started on time.
House come to order. Chair recognizes a gentleman. Chair recognizes a gentleman from Colbert County for a minute of personal privilege. Representative Underwood.
So I just wanted to do a quick introduction today. The one leading our prayer is Pastor Wesley Thompson. Wesley Thompson was unknown much to me prior to my election. He was my opponent in the general as a Democrat. Wesley is a pastor of a church, a good church, and he is a good man. And I wanted to be the one to invite him to come and pray, introduce him as well, because it is an example of how to be an opponent and to be stately at the same time. And I'm honored for him to be here to open us up in prayer, and I wanted a chance to introduce him.
Thank you, Representative. Wesley Thompson, you're recognized.
First of all, thank you, Representative Underwood. And again, I can't say how much of an honor it is to be here. And as he stated, we did not know each other before the campaign, but as we were running for the same seat, we formed a great relationship. And it just goes to show, no matter how much of a difference you may have in your political perspective or political philosophy, that you can't let that get away of just getting to know people. And it just goes to show that civility and decorum and friendships can be formed no matter what. So thank you, sir. May we pray. Holy God, we call on your name, just thanking you for this day that you have given us. God, certainly there's nothing we can do without you, Lord, and we're just so grateful to have this opportunity to come together in this great house as these leaders of our state gather together, God, to simply do what you have called all of us to do. Your holy word told us that you did not come to be served, but that you came to serve. And may we all be reminded that that's our duties and our responsibilities as well. From the political, from the politician to the pastor, from the prosecutor to the plumber, from the paralegal to the pipe fitter, all of us have our own way of being able to serve somebody in some shape, form, or fashion. So may we be reminded of that, and we just pray for your covering. We pray for your blessings to be upon this house, again, for these leaders as they make important decisions for the constituents and the citizens in the state of Alabama to simply serve them. It's in your holy name that we pray. Amen.
Amen. Members, today's Pledge of Allegiance will be held by Anna Katie Cantrell, a sophomore from Hackleburg High School. She's a guest of Representative Tracy Estes.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance into the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Speaker, Allman, Baker, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracey, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Cole, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Daniels, Drummond, Dubose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Cavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harbison, Harrison, Hassel, Hill, Hulk, Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kirkland, Kitchens, Lamb, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, More M, More P, Morris, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Plump, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robinson, Robertson, Rogers, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shed, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrell, South, Stodhagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Lauren, Whitt, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood D, Wood R, Woods, Yarborough.
"65 members have an answered roll. The quorum is present. The House is ready to transact business. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that leaves of absence be granted for absent members.
Are there any objections? Hearing none, the absent members are excused. The chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 7th legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Signed, Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 7th legislative day be suspended.
Are there any objections? Hearing no objections, reading of the journal is dispensed with. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, the Speaker Pro Tem, purpose of making announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I have 6 announcements today. Members, remember to fill out your statement of economic interest to the Ethics Commission on the website by the 30th of this month. Remember to do your statement of economic interest. Our reception, hosted by Pardons and Parole, Alabama Department of Corrections and Mental Health, is tonight from 5 to 6 at the Alabama Department of Archives and History. National Association of Insurance and Financial Advisors will have a reception tonight from 5 to 6 p.m. at Alabama Securities Administration, RSA Dexter Avenue Building. The Pharmacy Association reception tonight from 5 to 7 p.m. at the RSA Plaza Terrace Grill. Alabama government leaders, Madison, Huntsville County Chamber tonight from 6 to 7:30 at the Renaissance Hotel, Montgomery Performing Arts Atrium. And last, the House versus House softball game is tomorrow, Wednesday the 12th at 7 p.m. It has been moved. It's been moved to the Alabama State University. Make sure you bring your gloves and ready to play. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Announcement.
Mr. Pringle's further recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I move when the House adjourns today. We reconvene on Wednesday, April the 12th at 8:30 a.m. And today, when we adjourn, we leave the journal open to for the clerk to conduct his business.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion prevails. Clerk will now receive reports from standing committee and receive those reports throughout the day. The House is now in position to introduce bills and resolutions. The clerk will call the first bill on the local bills, uncontested local bills.
On page 33 of the calendar, House Bill number 70 by Representative Ream relating to Houston County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR for HB 70. All those in favor will vote aye. Any opposed will vote no. The clerk will unlock machines and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machines, record the votes. 40 ayes, 0 nays, 54 abstention. BR passes. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 70. All those in favor vote aye. Any opposed, no. The clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 12 ayes, 0 nays, 83 abstentions. HB 70 has passed. Okay. Clerk call next bill.
On page 33 of the calendar, House Bill number 71 by Representative Ream relating to Houston County.
Members' question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes. BR passes 39 ayes, 0 nays. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 71. Clerk will unlock the machine. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record a vote 11 ayes, 0 nays, 85 abstention. HB 1 passed. 71 is passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 32 of the calendar, House Bill number 98 by Representative Stubbs relating to Elmore County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 34 ayes, 0 nays. The BIR is adopted. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 98. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record a vote. There's 8 ayes, 0 nays, 90 abstentions. HB 98 has passed. Clerk will call the next bill.
On page 33 of the calendar, House Bill number 99 by Representative Ingram relating to Elmore County.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Randolph, Representative Frencher.
I would like to offer an amendment. Okay.
The question for the body is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 33 ayes, 0 nays, 61 adoption of the BIR is passed. Clerk now recognizes the gentleman from Randolph.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. I have been contacted by a number of people from the area of Elmore County. As I understand it, this piece of legislation would allow for the appointment of the school board appointing the superintendent of education in Elmore County. This amendment would ask for one simple thing, not opposing or supporting that position one way or the other. It asks for a plebiscite for the people to be able to vote on this issue before it's a fait accompli and it is a done thing. Right down the hall here, if you'll go by the mail room and look, there is a place there where I've stopped and had pictures made with constituents many times. And it has on that picture there, the thing, the mural on the wall, Vox Populi is what's on there if you've ever taken a look at it. And I'm old enough that I took Latin in school, and that means the voice of the people. And it worries me, not just with this piece of legislation, but with others I've seen coming through the House, that we sometimes seem to try to mute the voice of the people in the House and take away from them election rights that they have, that they possess. This is an example of a bill which takes the people's right to vote for a county superintendent away, and basically I have a problem with that. At this point in time, we are asking that parents get more involved in their children's education, and this just seems to be an attempt to say, you know, basically, we don't care what you think. We don't want you to elect the superintendent. We want to handle it in a different way. And so that does give me, I was going to ask the gentleman if he would be willing to accept an amendment to the bill that is before us.
That is a request. The representative?
I move to table the amendment. You don't have any of my county. How many counties are you away? Maybe 15 or 20 counties away from my county? I've got a resolution from the county board of education and the city and the county commission, 100%. And I have not heard anything about this from two people in my county, and that was Mike Holmes and you. And you, oh, I take it back. You're not in my county. And I have not had a negative. I just moved the table. Yeah. I mean, I have 100% resolution from both bodies.
And I
don't
understand why a school board would support this.
Representative Fincher, are you offering the amendment?
I am offering an amendment.
Clerk, receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 99 by Representative Fincher.
Move the table. Move the table, Mr. Speaker.
The sponsor is move the table of the motion. If you're in favor of tabling this motion, your vote will be aye. If you're opposed to tabling it, your vote will be no. Clerk will unlock machines and the members will vote.
And I would appreciate your support. This is a local bill, my local bill.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 32 ayes, 3 nays, 64 abstention. Motion has been tabled.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you.
Chairman, we're back on the bill now. You asked for final passage.
Mr. Speaker, ask for final passage.
Okay, I do have one light on. Sure recognize the ladies from Jefferson. Representative Cavan.
Thank you for the recognition. I'm just trying to get the clarity since I walked in on this, and I had a local bill last week, somewhat different from this. I had two. One passed flying colors, and then I walk in, and my Republican colleagues came up, wondering, we've got to get your bill back up. It missed it by a few votes on the BRR, whatever. I don't get in other folks' stuff, but I'm just trying to get the clarity as to what this bill does now, so I can at least educate myself on what we're debating and the vote and what we're voting on.
So the Board of Education in Elmore County had decided not to have an election, not to do it as an election but to appoint the superintendent. And so the Board of Education unanimously and also the County Commission unanimously brought a resolution to get that done. And there is lead time on that as well. So that's the only thing it does.
So
Same thing it's done for other
This
counties.
isn't a CA, is it?
No. no,
Okay,
ma'am.
this is just, because someone had mentioned, and I said, well, I didn't see anything up there that said a CA.
No, ma'am.
So this is just local legislation.
Local bill.
Local bill.
That's right.
Local application for your county.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to get
Yeah.
I wanted to get the clarity on it. Okay, thank you.
Chair, thanks, lady. Question for the body is final passage of HB 99. The clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. 13 ayes, 2 nays, 86 abstentions. The bill has give a favorable report. The chair would like to recognize a party from Smith Station Republican Club, Russell County Republican Club, Smith Station. Guests are Representative Blackshear, Wood, and Laverne. Let's give them a big hand for being with us. Also would like to recognize Peggy Blackshear, the mother of Chris Blackshear. Let's give her a big hand for being with us. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 34 of the calendar, House Bill number 102 by Representative Baker relating to Escambia County.
Chairman. Question for the body is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 41 ayes, 0 nays, 52 abstentions. The BR has passed. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 102. Clerk will unlock the machine, the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 8 ayes, 0 nays, 88 abstentions. HB 102 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 34 of the calendar, House Bill number 111 by Representative Butler relating to Etowah County.
Question for the body is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 36 ayes, 0 nays, 66 abstentions. HB 111, the BR is passed. Representative Butler, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a friendly amendment that just changes the word deputy sheriff to police officer. I'd like to.
Clerk receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 111 by Representative Butler.
You've heard Representative Butler's description of the amendment. All those, oops, I've got one light on. Representative England, Tuscaloosa.
Oh, just a quick question. You said that you're amending a local bill to change
The deputy sheriff to police officer. This was over the immunity issue.
Was it advertised?
It was.
Is that
It was not a substantial change.
that's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Because I was,
It's a little minute. What this is community correction. They're giving limited police power to just their clients.
okay.
Right now, they have to be deputized, the ones that are sworn law enforcement under the sheriff. But if they go out and they're servicing one of their clients and they catch them doing something wrong, they have to call somebody to come get them or get the sheriff to deputize them so they can handle it. This would just give them their own ORI number, and they would be, they cannot pull you over, but have extremely limited police powers just to police their own candidates. And there was a question about the immunity, so we changed it from deputy sheriff to police officer.
Yeah, I was just wondering about the substantive change part, but you answered that.
Yeah, it was a very, very minute one.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is passage of the amendment. Clerk unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 16 ayes, 0 nays, 86 abstention. The amendment has passed. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 111. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will unlock machine, record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 10 ayes, 0 nays, 85 abstentions. HB 111 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 34 of the calendar, House Bill number 135 by Representative Oliver relating to Tallapoosa County.
Question for the body on HB 135 is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machines, record the votes. 38 ayes, 0 nays, 63 abstentions. HB 135 BIR has passed. Question for the body is final passage of HB 135. Clerk unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 7 ayes, 0 nays, 92 abstentions. HB 135 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 34 of the calendar, House Bill number 146 by Representative Hill relating to St. Clair County.
Question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 27 ayes, 0 nays, 73 abstention. The BIR for 146 is passed. Members, we have 32 votes on the BIR, 32 votes. We haven't locked it yet. I'm sorry. Now clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 44 ayes, 0 nays, 59 abstentions. The BIR has passed. Question for the body now is passage of HB 146. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 12 ayes, 0 nays, 88 abstentions. HB 146 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 35 of the calendar, House Bill number 147 by Representative Hill relating to St. Clair County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine, record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 42 ayes, 0 nays, 57 abstentions. BIR passes. Question now for the body is final passage of HB 147. Clerk will unlock machines. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 11 ayes, 0 nays, 91 abstentions. HB 147 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 35 of the calendar, House Bill number 148 by Representative Hill relating to St. Clair County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock machines, record the votes. 36 ayes, 0 nays, 62 abstentions. BIR is passed. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 148. Clerk will unlock machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 9 ayes, 0 nays, 95 abstention, 148 has passed. Clerk, call up the next bill.
On page 35 of the calendar, House Bill number 149 by Representative Hill relating to St. Clair County.
Questions, adoption of BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine, record the vote. Clerk will lock the machines. 39 ayes, 0 nays, 62 abstentions. HB 149 is passed. Clerk, call. Oh, I'm sorry, I got too far ahead. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 149. All those in favor will vote aye. Clerk, unlock machine, record the votes. Clerk, lock machine, record the votes. 10 ayes, 0 nays, 93 abstention. HB 149 is passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 33 of the calendar, House Bill number 224 by Representative Shedd relating to Coleman County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machines, record the votes. 49 ayes, 0 nays, 58 abstentions. BIR is passed. Question now before the body is final passage of HB 224. Clerk will unlock the machine and record the votes. Clerk will lock the machines, record the votes. 12 ayes, 0 nays, 92 abstentions. The HB 224 has passed. The clerk will call the next uncontested local bill on the calendar.
On page 34 of the calendar, House Bill number 93, a constitutional amendment by Representative Klaus relating to Dale County.
Chairman Klaus, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the body, I think this is our first local constitutional amendment that we've had this quadrennium, and I wanted to just take a second, and I encourage everyone who has local constitutional amendments to come to the well and explain your bill. Of course, we had a little issue with it back during the organizational session, talking about the rules, but the local constitutional amendment requires 63 yes votes on the final passage. So if you notice on the other bills that we pass that aren't constitutional amendments, that usually there's only 9 or 10 yes votes on final passage, and I'll always be one of those that votes yes, and I have been ever since I've been here, because I think that's your right and your delegation's right to bring whatever legislation you want, and same as it is for me and my delegation to bring whatever legislation we want. But be that as it may, there will require 63 votes for this to move forward on final passage. So the bill, what this bill does is it simply allows mayors in Dale County that are in a town whose employees are part of the RSA to also participate in the retirement systems at no cost to the state. And being a constitutional amendment, it will be voted on by the voters of Dale County in the next election. So I would appreciate it if you will vote yes on final passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We heard the explanation of the bill. The question now is the BIR. The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Gavan.
Representative Klaus, did we pass this bill out last year? Or is this your first time bringing this bill?
This is the first time. There have been other counties that have done
Okay,
this.
that's what I thought. I wanted, when you brought it up, I said, well, I
Right.
thought we had passed this for
I think
somebody.
no, there were 2 counties that did it last time.
2 counties, that's
And-
right.
And one county passed it by a vote of the people, and one county voted against it.
Voted against it. That's right. That's what I was we were just back there having brief conversation on it. And the only reason I'm not against it one way or the other. I don't have a dog in the fight. I try to question these bills because, when I get up here, I'm asking because I've been different places. My constituents will come up to me and say, you voted for a CA. And I'm standing there saying, ma'am or sir, no, I didn't. I passed the CA out. You voted on one for me. I've been fortunate enough to be able to pass a CA, a constitutional amendment, and proud of it. And the voters voted on it, and it became law. But I question these because just to make sure I know what I'm voting on, so when someone stops me, then I can speak intelligent on it to know. But I just thought that we had already passed at least once or twice this legislation, but it wasn't for your county.
That's right.
So I just wanted to make sure there wasn't something that happened with the bill or it just didn't make it out of the upper chamber or what have you. So that was just me trying to get the clarity on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you are right. I will say this about trying to educate, because we got a lot of freshmen in here and educating them about the numbers and even with the BRR and these numbers. And I'm hoping that although we're up here and we move quite precipitously through some of these bills, that they're paying attention, because this is a part of the process. And also to educate yourself on these bills so you can make critical and informed decisions and know what you're voting on. Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. The question now is passage of the BIR on HB 93. Clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 86 ayes, 0 nays, 12 abstentions. The BR has passed. The question before the body is final passage of HB 93. Members, this is the constitutional amendment requiring 63 votes. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 81 ayes, 0 nays, 21 abstentions. HB 93 has passed. Members, before us, we will vote on a local application, the resolution. Let me explain what this is. The Constitution. Okay, this will be the first one we vote on for the new members. I think it's good to understand what we're doing because it's a CA calling for a local resolution, a local application. It's a constitutional requirement for us to make a determination. The local constitution amendment we passed only affects one county or one political subdivision of state. One no vote on the resolution would send the proposed amendment statewide. I think that's important to remember. So if you vote no on any local application, that means the ones you see on the ballot when you go, even though it may just affect Houston County or some local county, it sends it statewide, which hurts the application. So just be mindful of that. This will be the first one we vote on. With that, clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 84 ayes, 0 nays, 20 abstentions. HB 93's local application has passed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair, I'd like to recognize Marion County Commission, Tim Estes and Kenneth Cochran, guest Representative Tracy Estes. Let's give them a big hand for being with us today. Also with us today, we have Steve Miller, Chairman of the Walker County Commission, Mr. James Borden, District 3 Commissioner, Walker County. Both are guests of Representatives Matt Woods. Let's give them a hand today. Also with us, we have over 100 members of the Alabama Arise statewide membership. Let's give them a hand for us today. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a resolution.
Clerk will receive a resolution.
House Resolution number 68 by the Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Chairman Lovern, you are recognized.
Move for adoption.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson.
Just wanted to take this opportunity. I thought it would, I've not had the opportunity to ask you this question that I asked the Rules Chair last year, time and time again. This is the special order calendar. Tell me what makes this calendar special.
Well, what differentiates is normally we'd have the regular order calendar, and what that makes this a special order is it organized by the grouping of how the selections are made from the Rules Committee. When we have our Rules Committee meets, we have bills that have passed through committee, and we take those bills and rank them out by the priority of the Rules Committee meeting. And when that order is selected, then we make a motion to adopt a calendar and resolution stating the special order calendar.
Oh, okay. You did your homework, huh? You didn't have to read that off. You didn't have to try to figure it out. I mean, you came prepared.
Well, just try to be ready to work and answer any questions you have.
I like that. I've been asking that for 12 years. I've gotten it so far this session so far. I know the ball is gonna drop though sooner or later as we get into the real meat of the session. But I just wanted to ask you that process. Most importantly, I did rise to see as we move forward with this calendar, on a serious note, the order of, and to get the clarity as you begin to build out these calendars, I want to know, and Miss Hines, I'm sorry, to get the understanding of how the picks are going to be situated this time. Are you picking once a week, twice a week? Are you picking by level of seniority on the committee? I meant to ask you this when you and I had a brief conversation last week, and I know it changes from chair to chair, and it also changes as the session or quadrennium goes on. So I wanted to get the clarity as to how are we picking the calendar and what's the order?
Are you asking how do we pick as a committee?
Yes.
The committee does pick?
Yes.
How that will go is the speaker will have the first pick, and then chairman would have the pick, and then the vice chair, and then it starts with the first pick will be the ranking member.
And your vice chair is?
Is Faulkner. And so it'll go to the ranking member, and then, which is Dr. Boyd, and then go through the order of how long they've served in the legislature. And then as we move through special order calendars, however, the bills we get to on the prior day, wherever we capped off, that person would roll back up and be the first pick in that rotation below the speaker, chair, and vice chair.
Okay, wanted to get the clarity on that. So the speaker, then yourself, then the vice chair, and then you begin to move, and the ranking member, and then you begin to move down to an order based upon seniority.
All right, so our first schedule we did was ranking member, ranking minority member was there, and then as it rotates through, accordingly how this calendar goes through today, and hopefully we'll get through this calendar.
Well, I certainly hope that you do, because I have a bill.
Sure.
And it's in every bill on here, I'm sure it is important to everybody. But this is the Maternal Health Month for women. And I have decided for the first time to carry a maternal health bill. I've even had my colleagues on the Republican side in the Senate actually asked me to come down to carry the bill for me, but I already had a Senate sponsor, and that gave me an honor last week to know that the bill had such an impact coming out of committee. Our fine health chair did an excellent job helping me to move the bill along. And I really want that bill to come up. It's a very special bill. I feel it will be one that will pass out unanimously. And I'm hoping that bill gets an opportunity to come up this week, especially with us having so many women here on Thursday. I spoke with you about it, as well as the person that we've named, the baby that we've named the bill after's mother will be here for another event. And while she's here, I would certainly hope that we could possibly get it out and have a history-making moment here in the House. So I did want to know and get the clarity as to how we pick these bills. And again, I know each year it may be different from person to person and what have you. So, but there's typically 2 picks a week, am I correct? At least a minimum of 2 picks?
Well, each time we meet, there'd be 2 picks for the members below the vice chair.
Okay,
There'd
okay.
be 1 pick each time we meet. If we meet twice that week, they would have 2 picks that week.
Okay, all right, I think that's all I need. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, thanks, lady. The question for the body is adoption of the special order calendar. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Clerk, call the first bill.
On page 18 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 1 by Senator Weaver relating to correctional incentive time.
Representative Besso, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I stand before you today bringing forth the Deputy Brad Johnson Act. Many of you may know, June of last year, Deputy Brad Johnson, serving his community in Bibb County, was tragically killed in the line of duty. I think it's important to put a name with a face. This public servant was not only a dedicated servant of his community, but this was a father to 2 young children that was tragically killed doing what he could to protect his community. Deputy Johnson was gunned down at the hands of a killer who on that day took the life of our hero. This was a killer who had been in our Department of Corrections system and been afforded the luxury of what we call good time or correctional incentive time along the way. I don't like to have a tragedy without bringing forth something that will be a positive for the citizens of our state. So today, as I ask you to consider the Deputy Brad Johnson Act, I ask you to consider these things. First, I'll begin with this. An offender currently in the state of Alabama who is sentenced to 10 years by a judge in the Alabama Department of Corrections under current good time statutes will serve 3 years, 2 months, and 18 days on a 10-year sentence. I come to you today as a law enforcement professional that serves and operates one of the larger county jails in our state and understand the correction system. And I propose this. Corrections is not solely about incarceration, but there are 2 other components that we must have as a vital piece of what we're working on. You must have the ability to educate, and you must have the ability to do rehabilitation. So I submit to you, we are failing the system if we do not have an opportunity to have these inmates in our facility in a time period in which that we can have enough time to educate and rehabilitate. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, I would call for the BIR.
The chair recognizes a lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I have some concerns about this bill, and it's most unfortunate what happened to the officer. But from what I can gather, when this man violated his parole or however he got out, when he went back into prison, I understand he might have gone to 2 different facilities or something, but that was an error on the people there that he got out. But you're going to come back and you're going to modify the good time and punish everybody because of the error, which it appears to have been the state's error in letting that guy out in the first place. Because in my opinion, when he was recaptured or put back in jail, the good time should have gone away instead of staying on the books for. And I think that from what I can understand the case, that's where the problem came in, that the good time was still there. And somehow or another, when he came up, he was allowed to get out. But I certainly don't think that we need to, from what I can understand from people that work in the prison system, the good time allows the prison officials to have that incentive where they can encourage some of our inmates to do better and do right because of good time. So exactly what impact will it be for all other prisoners with your bill?
Ms. Moore, thank you for the questions. And I think you make some valid points. I think we have a situation here where we realized the system did fail us in some way. This was an opportunity to take a look at a law that was passed in 1980. And we had a chance to see where there were some things that needed to be revised in our mind. One of the things you mentioned, a gentleman who had escaped, in your mind, you said this, the good times should have been taken away.
Mm-hmm.
Under current law, that wasn't in the provision of the law. We specifically enumerate that here to agree with you in that fact, if someone does escape, that we're able to take those good time incentives away. So here, I'll just kind of go through that just a little bit. So what we're doing is not taking good time away because, as I said, I certainly understand the value.
Yeah.
I
And
understand
you know,
the
I don't
value.
have a lot of patience. So I have to take the short version. So since you're not taking it away, how are you modifying it so we can keep that as incentive for those inmates that want to do good and do their best to be reformed in prison and they can come out? So what would be that modification?
So we're simply reducing the amount of good time days that can be earned. Class 1 inmates, instead of earning 75 days for every 30 in which they've behaved inside the prison system, we're going to more of a day for day, 30 for 30.
30 for 30.
Class 2 inmates, that will be down to 30 days of behaved, 15 days instead of time. And then that's class 3. And then class 2 is going to be 40 days and they'll get 15 days good time credit.
Okay, so if they're out of prison because of good time and they violate their parole, then when they come back, what happens then? Because I think with this guy, it kept riding when some modification should have been done because he violated it.
Yeah, so on the return back, if there's no eligibility requirements or anything that would prohibit them from earning good time, then the good time statute would still be in effect, just like it is today.
And they'll start all over again or what?
Well, that would depend on the classification in which DOC enters them back into their prison system. They would have to determine that. So we're changing the days in which they earn.
Right.
And we're also making a change to, as they progress and enter in the system at class 4, and how they move from class 4 up to class 1 or down as it is, there'll be a little bit longer time in separation as they move from 4 to 3 to 2 and to eventually to 1 if they're considered generally trustworthy.
Right. Okay, I appreciate that because I just don't want to, because I've heard that if you take it away, then they don't have people that work in our prison systems. That means that you got people that's going to be, you know, just wild and woolly because they're not getting any incentives to do good. And I just wish that even without system, we did more training and education like we used to. And I know across the state, several states have come, especially with your younger inmates, have come up with programs where they could go to trade school or get college credits or something so we can rehabilitate, because it used to be called a correctional institution. And I think that that's where we need to go back and pair that up with the good time, with them being able to get some type of training. So when they come out, they have that option to be productive citizens.
Absolutely agree with you.
Thank you on that.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I tell you what, I just want to say thank you for bringing this bill. It's about time, and I want to say thank you for your service and dedication of what you do. But thanks again.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the Baldwin County Commission, Billy Joe Underwood. I had to make careful how I said that. Jeb Ball. Their guests of Alan Baker, Donna Givens, Francis Holt Jones, Jennifer Fiddler, Brent Easterbrook, and Shane Stringer. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England.
Thank you for the recognition, Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
All right. I just, I want to correct a few things. One thing that you said is that currently the Department of Corrections doesn't have the ability to take away someone's good time. They do.
Sure.
They do. And that person in particular, one that committed this awful, tragic, just atrocious act, shouldn't have been out. And the laws on the books, as they are currently written, if followed, would have prevented him from being out. So just want to stress something. It's not a law problem. It is a personnel problem. It is an incompetence problem. It is a Department of Corrections problem. And I can go on a laundry list of issues that we've had with the Department of Corrections, where another one of these awful tragedies where we lost law enforcement officers from someone who got out of prison. Again, it wasn't a good time issue. It was an incompetence issue. So what we're doing is we're handing the same people, the same system, new laws in hopes that the old folks there will follow them. And it points to a larger problem. It's not just this. And it's why I said when we were in committee that we owe Alabama citizens more than this. And it's not that I don't recognize that good time probably needs some tweaking. I think that's a given. But at the same time, you mentioned something that I take issue with. You said in your initial presentation that we need to keep people in our prison system longer so we have time to rehabilitate them. And to be quite honest with you, our parole system doesn't release people. At one point, it's less than 10%. Just a couple of years ago, before we started tweaking the law, the life without parole statute here, Alabama was the easiest place in the world, in the United States of America, to get life without parole. So actually, we're keeping people in so long that many of the programs that we've designed to rehabilitate those individuals, they're empty. Many of our parole officers are complaining about the fact that we don't have anybody. And when I say we owe our law enforcement more, we owe our citizens more, it's because our criminal justice system is absolutely broken. The department, it doesn't even stand for corrections anymore. It really, to be honest with you, and I'm not trying to cast any aspersions, but over the years, the C doesn't stand for corrections, it stands more for corruption. People who are incarcerated are abused. We have the worst prison system in the country. And instead of focusing on the problem itself, we start digging at some of the symptoms. So, and this is my point, and if we were really about public safety and really about protecting law enforcement and protecting the public in general, we would do what was necessary, not focus on good time, but focus on our broken pardons and parole system, because you know what happens when you don't parole people? They go on mandatory release. When they get out on mandatory release, guess what? The review of that person becomes arbitrary. It is basically, you got X amount of time, so we gotta let you out now. Versus going through the parole system where somebody is looking at the case file, looking at the person, going through their entire history and saying, you know what? You're ready to be released. So parole system creates a qualitative assessment of that person beforehand. And when that person is denied, we start arbitrarily opening up the door and just releasing people. That's not public safety. And on the other hand, inside of our Department of Corrections, when you start telling them that it's easier to lose your good time, or you commit a particular offense, you can never get it back. Can you imagine a facility overcrowded, no resources, no rehabilitation, everything you've done is ignored by the parole board and you have no hope? Do you realize how difficult it is to manage anyone that doesn't have hope? And again, we aren't creating a better, safer public by doing these things. What we're doing is continuing to overcrowd our system, keeping people incarcerated that actually are no threat to public safety, while we keep people who are a threat to public safety out because there's no space. So, and I just want to say, I personally, philosophically, don't support this legislation. And it's not because I don't recognize the tragedy that occurred.
Sure.
And I just want to acknowledge, like you have on multiple occasions, the sacrifice that law enforcement makes for us at all times. I mean, it's a dangerous job, and we owe them more. Not just with good time laws, but we also need to do whatever it takes to make them safer on the street, which, by the way, isn't passing things like permitless carry, because that makes their jobs more dangerous, a lot more dangerous, because it makes it easier for people who shouldn't have guns to have them. But also, we are releasing people that have been arrested multiple occasions, going in and out, proliferating through our prison system, who don't get any form of rehabilitation. And it's not because of the lack of resources or how long that they've been in. It's simply because we're corrupt, we lack leadership, we lack personnel, and what we're doing is just like Groundhog Day. Alabama wakes up every morning and acts like the solutions that we continue to create are dealing with the problem that's been going on for the last 30 years. So I just want to stress, it has nothing, my no vote today has nothing to do with the families or the tragedies, and I recognize that. But I want to actually do something to protect them. I want to do something to actually protect the public, which is create a criminal justice system that rehabilitates, create a criminal justice system that focuses on the person and releases those who've done everything that's required of them to get out and become productive citizens. You know, and listen, good time aside, because again, we're talking about our prison population. At some point, we're going to go into a federal court system, and the judge is going to ask Alabama, what have you done over the last 4 or 5 years to deal with the problems that we identified in our DOJ report and many others? And what we're going to say is, we got some prisons that are going to be built in 2028, maybe. We're not sure yet. But what we have done since you've identified that problem is find more ways to incarcerate people for longer. And let me tell you something else, Judge, that we've done in the interim. We went from spending $900 million on 4 prisons to over $1 billion on 1. Check that out. Also, you know what? Alabama is so invested in the school to prison pipeline that we're going to spend $100 million of education trust fund money to educate them when they get locked up. So, Judge, we really don't have an answer. What we really want you to do is put us in a receivership and do what we're unwilling to do. And you mentioned it yourself. You talked about rehabilitation. You talked about all these wonderful things that our current prison system isn't doing at all. So if we're really interested in public safety, we need to do more than this. We owe these folks, we owe our citizens more, because as it stands right now, the only answer to the crime wave that all the politicians are identifying is to continue to incarcerate more people in a system that ain't got no room for it. So I think that's my time, and I'll be back.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Leader Daniels.
Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir. Fourth person to speak on the BIR.
So I do understand and really feel my heart goes out to the family of that officer and all the folks that have been killed in the line of duty and been in these situations. But I think that for me, as Representative England mentioned, philosophically, I look at how we try to solve problems. Sometimes we do it with a sledgehammer when it only requires a scalpel. And in this situation, we're talking about an individual that was released, that was doing work release on the DOC's custody. Is that correct?
I believe at one point he was in a work release facility.
Okay. So he escaped work release and was apprehended by local authorities. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so when he was apprehended by local authorities, he was then transferred to another county jail, I guess. Is that
I
correct?
believe that's correct, yes.
So if he was escaping DOC and he was under their supervision, how in the world did he even bond out anyway? Is there a breakdown in the system? Or because I feel like we're overcorrecting and over penalizing a group of people for incidents like this that are extremely important. But at some point, there has to be more accountability to our internal controls, because there's no way that a person that was supervised by our department that then apprehended locally and transferred from one county facility to another one. How did we miss that? Why didn't that person go back to DOC's custody and their good time being forfeited at that point? So help me understand how we're going to stop something from like that from happening again. Are you confident that we have the appropriate internal controls moving forward to address a system that's already underemployed? Basically, you don't have the staffing capacity to deal with a lot of, but from an intel standpoint, how we're going to address these issues and actually keep those individuals to prevent us from missing those very, very important pieces. And so just to help me understand kind of how this particular piece of legislation will keep that situation or situations like it from happening. And then I'm told that this happened in 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so have you inquired about our system and gotten any responses from corrections, DOC, about how did this happen?
So I would like to go back and say this. You asked the question of how confident am I in that a bill like this or our internal controls currently in place are going to get us where we need to go. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I guess my response is we don't have a choice. You and I, Representative England, we agree that the system as it is, there are some failures to it. In this tragic event, you're a complete gentleman, Representative England. I understand your heart and your feelings on this. And so no issues with any disagreement about the facts of this. But I feel like it's uncovered some of those flaws in our system. And you'll recall even the governor's office responded with an executive order because this statute had been in place since 1980, had not been universally applied correctly.
But at some point, Representative, we got to stop being so reactive to isolated incidents that have also further unintended consequences. Because I've seen back, there should be someone, should be all that they think about every day, all day, when we're having people in our custody, period.
Yeah.
How do we fill the loopholes to keep these things from happening? And so I think that while in principle, I think you and I agree, it's horrible. But I think that when we look at the unintended consequences of this piece of legislation will have on other folks that may be in a different situation, I think that there is some concern. Now, I know that the legislation does not impact current good time. Is that correct?
Yeah, current good time, it does not impact.
Only those crimes that are committed after the passage or the enactment of this particular law, right? And so what are we going to do? Because for me, I've seen a lot of programs and folks talk about, educate the public on the impact of this legislation. Is there anything built into where we will be able to start educating the public on this particular issue? Is there any money set aside to deal with that? Because our internal control, I think for me, maybe this will prompt individuals that are committing crimes, giving them a second thought. Because right now, as you mentioned, folks have been getting out and that shouldn't be out. And so it's almost like it's a game. And so I think that we have to do our due diligence to educate the public. And, you know, there are programs like Scared Straight and other things that kind of drive fear into, like, I think there has to be an offensive and defensive approach to this. I think there's just a defensive approach is okay, but there's no offensive approach to deal with this and prevent these things from happening, so that we're able to scare these folks that are potentially thinking about a crime or you know, educating those that have been a part of the system before, to let them know, hey, we're not playing. And so I think those are the things that's important to me. And as the representative mentioned, there are other components, like, I mean, I think that the speaker and others have done a tremendous job on the funding with mental health, and Rex Reynolds and the entire task force have done a tremendous job there. But I think there are still loopholes in the system that we're working within. And so I applaud you for the legislation, trying to do something about it. But I'm more interested in challenging our department and the folks that think about this each and every day on being more on the preventative side and figuring out ways to close these loopholes, and giving us recommendations on how we're going to close these loopholes. This is problematic for us. And if it's a problem, then we are hiring people to solve these problems on the front end, not the back end, not being reactive.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We're in the midst of a mental health crisis in our country and in our state, in our communities. And I challenge every member here to continue to be a part of that dialogue. I do applaud the speaker's efforts. Representative Reynolds, it's been something that I have a certain passion with in what I do in Shelby County and overseeing the jail there. And you can't underscore the importance enough of mental health. And it can't wait until we get into the criminal justice system to then begin offering them mental health assistance. But it has to be a vital part of it. I've got 3 mental health counselors inside the facility, spread out over 7 days a week, to constantly work with our inmate population. And I think that could be a model for everybody. And I have hope, and I'm not going to give up on the hope. I know this is one piece that we're bringing forward today, that we can do this on a statewide level. And I think partnerships.
One mistake in my book is too many. And this has been the story since I've been in the legislature. Every year there's some tragedy that have happened where, you know, even I think it's Gunnersville or somewhere in that area, Marshall County, where something happened a couple of years ago where someone was let out that shouldn't have been out. It's like this thing, it keeps happening.
I agree.
And so I understand from that point. But the minute that it happened the first time, we should have been dealing with this some time ago. And so I think that, as I mentioned before, we got to use the scalpel now, because the sledgehammer approach, this is a sledgehammer, to be honest with you, because it impacts more than the person. But I'm fine with that. And I use sledgehammer sometime myself. But I think that it's a very comprehensive issue that requires our attention now and beyond today. Because just like we're trying to pass legislation to be reactive to the incident that happened, the horrible thing that happened to that officer, we should be spending as much time, if not more time, figuring out ways to minimize or eliminate the loopholes. And so we got to be able to meet with the commissioner and others to kind of start thinking about how we address these particular issues long term, because it's you know, and I'm a big proponent, and this predates the commissioner, right? And so it's unfair, right? It's just to point the finger at the commissioner, but you know, he's in the seat. But I think that systematically, this has been a problem for some time, and we've failed the people of Alabama by not addressing these things on the front end. And you're an officer, and so you know what goes on each and every day, more so than any of us in this room. And so I just think we need to think
Gentleman's
broader,
time has
educate
expired.
the public on that.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The question for the body now is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 80 ayes, 21 nays, 1 abstention. The BR has passed. Representative Betso.
Mr. Speaker, if there's no more questions, I would call for final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lauderdale, Representative Pettis.
I'm going to stand up here and thank you for bringing this bill. You know, last year I brought one named after somebody, got one this year. I'm hoping this will stop any bills being named after officer killed. I hope we don't have any killed. That's the whole prime. I think it's what you're trying to do.
Yes, sir.
I know they were talking about the pardons and parole. In my bill last time, pardons and parole denied him getting out. It had his good time taken away, but corrections gave it back to him. So pardons and parole does work on violent offenders. It kept him in prison, but the good time, which you're trying to work on, it's going to hopefully stop some of that. Like I said, I appreciate you bringing this bill. I hope we don't have to have somebody else's picture up here. We don't have another officer killed before we have to do something else.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Representative Pettis, thank you for the work you've done and recognizing what you've done in the past and for support of this bill. I really do appreciate that.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative Morris.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. As my colleagues first said, we actually understand totally why you're bringing this bill. So don't, and to the family and to our law enforcement that's in here, we actually support you. But I just want to know and ask you just a question of how are we going to mandate, or how are we going to make sure that the laws that we're actually passing are being implemented in the correctional facilities?
Well, one of the things that's added into this bill is some specific reporting requirements from Department of Corrections that was absent from the original statute that was passed in 1980. So I think we'll start there. I think that each of us have a certain responsibility. Anyone like yourself who, you put yourself out here to represent the public, and then you further came down here to speak to me on the bill, that any of us who have concerns about our crime and punishment, the criminal justice system in our state, and the direction of our Department of Corrections, who I think Leader Daniels is correct. It's unfair to take the current leadership of our Department of Corrections, and we've given them all the problems, and maybe the solutions we haven't gotten there yet, or maybe it's going to take some time. But I think as a legislative body as a whole, we have kicked that can down the road, and we approved some funding for a new prison that's going to allow us to properly educate and rehabilitate. I am confident in the design of the new facilities that is going to do that. You have to start there, because the current facilities, we can't do that with. We absolutely can't. But we've come to an unfortunate time where inflation and changes the whole economic aspects of what it costs to build a facility like that. I know firsthand from trying to deal with it at home in our facility and expand, it's put it into an unimaginable spot. But if we're committed to that, and we know that we can't totally solve crime in our communities, we can do all we can to advocate for safer communities. But there are going to be those individuals. They're going to commit crimes. And when they're sentenced to the custody of the Alabama Department of Corrections, I have a certain passion. I want to make sure that it is done the right way. I want to make sure that just incarceration alone is not the answer. We're going to have to do everything we can to offer education, rehabilitation, mental health treatment. And that's where we have to get involved here. But we also have to advocate for having those same services available to our citizens well before they break the law and get involved with law enforcement. And we see that push going on. There's leadership here.
Yeah, we have great leadership here. I look across and I see a lot of wonderful people that actually want to get things done and get it done the right way. And I would like to actually hold our feet to the fire when it comes down to this. So who is the reporting going to actually go to? Is there anything that's going to come to us to show what they're reporting and how is everything actually going?
Yeah, the report will come back to the legislature. We'll be able to see that. The Department of Corrections had some input to ensure that they're able to provide the reporting using the current system that they use for reporting. So the bill does specifically list out what is going to be required to be reported back to us. And the language, again, uses the current reporting system that DOC. So we're not putting a mandate on them, and they're going to have to go out and buy new software, jail management software to make this happen. This is something that with current software, they can bring back to us and report. And so I look forward to seeing these numbers and seeing what impact this has happened or has happened after this hopefully gets passed.
So you know I'm going to stay on you, keep asking about this piece of legislation, what actually happened and how is it unfolding, how is it taking place,
sure,
what the numbers and the data actually look like. Because we can pass all the laws that we can hold, but if the people on the front line is not making sure that it's being done properly,
right,
then it's just a piece of paper, right? So therefore, we have to start making sure that we hold people accountable. And I have something that took place in Alabama. I spoke about this last week. I'm gonna keep speaking about it for a minute. But when we're talking about people being incarcerated, right here in the state of Alabama, we have 3 individuals, 3 went before the same judge. One was a man, he killed a 3-year-old, right? Struck her, she started having seizures, she died. 3-year-old. Can you only imagine how hard that lick had to be, or multiple licks in order for you to kill a 3-year-old? That person received 15 years and 1 day. 15 years and 1 day. Same courtroom, same judge. A man killed his girlfriend. He was on drugs, sexual offender. And do you know how many years he received? 3. 3 years, murder. Now we have a young man by the name of Lakeith Smith doing time right here in Alabama. He was 15 years old, broke inside a home, saw the exact same judge. Police called to the scene. Police interact, killed one of the other young men. Lakeith got charged for it. He was sentenced to 65 years in prison. Hadn't killed not one person. Right here in Alabama, Elmore County to be exact. So when we start having these different conversations about, you know, everything that's actually taking place with our criminal justice system, we need to take a lot of things into consideration, especially, like you said, letting people out who don't supposed to be out, versus holding someone in and they don't supposed to be there. So again, my heart goes out to the family. My heart goes out to law enforcement. And I just hope that because I know this is gonna pass, but I just hope that when it does, that we are actually going to do the work, that we're not gonna have another family come back down and we're gonna have something else and something else with the same administration with the same problems going on and on and on. So again, I will be asking you for the data, and I trust and believe that you'll get it to me.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers. While he's on his way down, would like to recognize the Southern Rural Black Women Initiative from the Black Belt counties. Let's give them a big hand today for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a little overkill right here. I'm part of the lawsuit they filed for overcrowding. And I'm going to the parole board Friday to speak up for a guy. He don't get parole because they don't parole nobody anyway. And I'm sorry what happened. This is a classic example of overkill, what it is. And it doesn't make sense. You got programs all over the world, country, that help rehabilitate prison, but we don't do them in Alabama. And I used to be in prison oversight committee for years. I think every prison in prison know my name, but they call me. I just got a young man just got out of prison, got through the project in New York. They never even tried it. He served 13 years in prison and never had a trial. Well, I'm going to give his name because he locked him in prison. He found out he was not guilty. I talked to the lawyer, he said there was a stroke of luck. It went on Rule 32, all that kind of stuff. Everybody on Rule 32. But you're going to take a incident, I'm sorry, happened. But why would you punish the entire system, an overcrowded system that's totally overcrowded now? And I'm begging you, I hope you pull this bill because it's unfair. I know you might want to name me after that particular project person, which I'm all for. I'm sorry it happened. But why punish everybody for one thing? It's pathetic. Our system is so pathetic that we called when the feds came in and said, we got a worse prison than got a third world country. And right now, you got one guard every 200 prisoners. Now, who running the prison? You got one guard for 200 prisoners. Who running the prison? And then I'll tell you something else. You had 4 women to get pregnant in a woman's prison. Now, I studied a little biology. A woman can't make another woman pregnant. 4 women, and then when we investigated, you know what the warden said? It was consensual sex. How, you tell me, how can a woman in prison have consensual sex? You know what, she get impregnated by the guards. So they run the prison. Then they talk about the contraband and the dope and the cars they get in prison. You know how they get it? The guards bring it in there and send the inmate outside the prison, pick it up and bring it into the prison. You got a closed market. And then you're going to talk about we're going to take the money and build a new prison. We need a new prison. But you got to have enough money to pay those guards and pay them adequate salary. But you're going to take an incident like this and use it when it doesn't do any good. Mistake was made, but it was made by the system. And I know what I'm talking about because I think every prison that got my name, they always call and send me a report. Do you realize there's a murder a day in that prison? You realize that? Every day there's a murder in Alabama prison. Every day. I can take it back in my office and show you the stack of files, but the name.
Did you know that someone who commits murder in our prisons today can still earn good time?
Well, that was one incident. That was one incident. But the good time thing, we got to find some kind of way to get them out of prison. We already on a federal mandate right now through these prisons. And then when they release them in, they're not going to check it. They're going to give you a number. You got to have 200 gone by a certain date. Of course, it's been appealed already, but they overturn the appeal. It's going to happen. Then folks get mad, say they releasing prisoners without checking out there where they going to go. And of course, they're going to come right back. Most of them, ones that go to prison, We don't do the program. We had good programs in prison years ago. They gone. And I've toured every prison in this state. I've been at every one of them. I'm telling you what it looks like. Go one of them, they got these beds stacked up like this, like an olive. If you wear a red suit, you've been like an olive in a sea of tomato juice. That's how bad it is. They pile. In one prison, they couldn't even cut the stoves off. I went out there, it was mid head of summer, they couldn't even cut the stoves off. And we won't turn nobody loose. I'm going to the parole board Friday and talk for a guy. He's not going to get out without having the hope. But Alabama believes in lock them up, throw away the kids. That happened. And then you can put this bill in by good time, further complicate the problem. It's a bad situation to happen. I'm sorry, I apologize, but it wasn't The fault lies with the system. The man was incarcerated. They released him. He was incarcerated. We made a mistake. So why punish the system even more than it already punished? Now, you ask me a question. How can 200 guards take care of that many prisoners? Can you figure it out? They will tell you when you build a new prison, you're gonna put cameras in there. And then you know, the other day they had a strike in the prison. You know why they had a strike? Because some older prisoner couldn't go to work. He was sick. The guards went in and beat him half to death, had a Russian flight in UAB to save his life, and he died. From the guards beating him, putting him out of prison. They had the blood trails where they drug him out of prison. You see blood. I went and saw it. You had the blood trails where they drug him out of prison dead from the guards. They overworked, and system is bad. Unless Alabama realize that building a new prison is not going to be the answer, you're going to have a much more mass prison release. Everybody starts getting mad then because you don't have no system anymore. But I'm going to parole board hearing this Friday, and I guarantee you they'll release not one person Friday. I'm going for a young man that's been in jail now for 15 years. But record shows he really not guilty. Of course, the Dannon Project, they're coming down and working with him. So to speak, we've got a lot for out of prison, true enough.
Fine organization.
Fine organization.
Yep.
But and they help out a lot. But they can't do enough to alleviate Alabama's problem. They can't do it. Alabama is a nugget by itself. And it's pathetic. And if you're a lawyer, right? You're an attorney, right? You ever toured in prison?
No, I'm in law enforcement. I actually run a jail.
Well, you know what I'm talking about there.
Absolutely,
hey,
I do.
You won't want to sell them bad lunches, will you? You know, well, it had a problem with that also. But if you tour Alabama prison and you walk out there with a dry, something wrong with you. It's that bad inside that place.
That's why we need new prisons.
If that's not going to solve the problem to me. You can build a new prison, but you got to have new guards. If you don't, I'm telling you, when you build a new prison, they tell me we have monitors where you see all of them. But when something happens in a cell block, 20 rolled down, how you going to get there in time and say they're prisoners? They got their own laws.
So I don't want to take your time, but I'm happy
Go ahead.
to interject here. So
I'll be back. You see, much as people give me a chance to talk on this horrible bill, I will. But I think everybody ain't sitting here and knows what our problem is. Our problem is the judicial system is whole. They're not the judges, the correction system has got a problem. And then, I'm telling you something that happened. I toured the women's prison, and they had 5 females down in a hole. 5. They got a hole, you know. They threw them in the bed. They came out. I'm just saying like I said. They came out, and I'm thankful for Ronald Hollins. They came out. When they came out, they were like they just being born. They were covered with blood. You know why? Because they did not have anything to stop their menstrual cycle. I thought they were bleeding from somewhere else. They came out there covered with naked and covered with blood. And nobody cared. Now I'm going to go to the parole board and talk for this guy, but I have no hope. Because everybody's scared to release anybody because of the situation we have them here. They're scared. But you got to realize we got to have those correctional programs they got at other places to solve the problem. And TV monitors are not going to solve it in a new prison. A new prison is not going to solve our problem. We got to have a salary and have competitive, the right kind of folks to run a prison.
Time has expired. It's your recognized the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England, while he's working his way down, would also like to recognize the Lee County Commission, Doug Cannon, Tony Langley, Ross Morris, Har Leverett, Justin Hardy, Anna Kate Paget, guests of Warren, Wood, Oliver, Gray, Fincher, Blackshear, and Lovern. I'd also like to recognize the National Insurance Association guest of Representative Ellis, Rep. England.
Thank you for the recognition. One gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I talk a little partisanship here for a minute?
It's your time.
Sure. Let's talk about partisanship, Republicans and Democrats. For 100 and some odd years, Democrats controlled the legislature, right? And you know one thing that Democrats absolutely screwed up? Criminal justice. And guess what happened? 2010, Democrats run out of the building. Republicans took over, right? And for the next 6 years, Republicans spent time unraveling all of the tough on crime laws that overcrowded our prisons and made us less safe, right? For 6 years, we created Class D felonies, which people hate now, all of a sudden. We also went across the state of Alabama, sending community corrections to different people, drug courts. And guess what happened? All the Republican concepts that for that first 6 years, crime went down. Guess what also happened? Prison population went down. At the same time, across the country, Alabama was being lauded as the state that was doing it right, reducing crime and reducing the prison population at the same time. And those two things do correlate. We know because a number of states have experienced the same sort of decrease in population in the prison system and decrease in crime. Okay? But then guess what happens? We have a horrible tragedy in Marshall County. Horrible tragedy. And our Attorney General at the time said the reason that a horrible tragedy occurred is because our parole system is broken. There were too many people getting out. The wrong people were getting out. So in 2019, we reformed the parole system. And from November 2019 until this very day, the new Republicans here now have unraveled every bit of progress, every bit of public safety and everything that we had achieved over the last several years by appointing one person and putting her in charge of the parole board. And now we're at a point where we're less than 10%. So now guess what's happened though? Prison population is skyrocketing, but guess what is also skyrocketing? Crime. So for several years, we were doing it right, reducing crime and reducing our prison population at the same time, and now we're doing it wrong. And guess what's happening? Crime is out of, as I keep hearing people talk about, crime is out of control, and now our prison population is going through the roof. I want to give my Republican colleagues credit for doing it right. But now, here we are, suffering through one of the worst prison crises in the entire country. And this is why this bill is now almost like a microcosm of Alabama's unwillingness to create the political will to do anything about this problem. Because it focuses on a symptom. It focuses on an issue, and it blows that issue up. And for us as legislators, we aren't responsible for responding to incidents as they occur. Atrocities, tragedies, and terrible things are going to happen to us all the time. But the legislature, regardless of your party affiliation, is supposed to be the steadying ship. And we're responsible for governing and making sure that system works. And it's just for the sake of conversation, let's just say we agree that at one time the parole system was broken, right? And it was releasing the wrong people. Let's just assume that. So then our next response was to come in and try to reform it. But on the other hand, now it's going to the exact opposite extreme, where less than 10% of the applicants are getting released. Our parole board is so ineffective that the other day they denied a dead person. Our parole board is so ineffective that they denied a woman who's in a wheelchair on dialysis 2 times a week, who is no longer a threat to public safety, and is now, we're just running a hospice care for her. Those resources that we are dedicating to somebody who is not a threat to public safety could be being used on someone who is. Because our prison system is so overcrowded at this point, we're at a 1-for-1 situation. We need all the space and the resources that we can get. And we're wasting it on people that aren't a threat to public safety. We also have a growing population, or a population within our prison system right now, that is serving life without parole that never harmed anyone. And the only reason that they're serving a life without parole sentence isn't because of what they did, it's because of when they were convicted. Simply because at one point, their crime may have been a violent crime that we classified as a violent crime, and now that we don't. But instead of offering the relief for some people, we just let them sit in our prison system. And honestly, at this point, we can't come to any other conclusion, because if our prison system is so bad and we're not going to do anything about it, that we're just hoping the longer you stay there that you just die and we don't have to deal with you anymore. So I'm going to offer you opportunities in these next coming weeks to fix some of those problems and to actually dive into some of these populations and actually start releasing folks. Because we can't afford to continue to incarcerate people, keep them in prison forever, because the older they get, more unhealthy they become, the more they cost us to take care of. And we get to the point where on one side, we're spending $1 billion over the next 3 years, giving a company that's bankrupt, that just changed the name, giving a bankrupt company $1 billion to do something that we know they're going to fail at. At the same time, we're going to build $1 billion prison that we know isn't going to fix the problem. We continue to operate in crisis mode in our criminal justice system, and there are 2 things that are guaranteed in operating in crisis mode: that whatever solution you come up with is going to be ineffective, and it's going to cost way too much. And that's what we continue to do. It's like I said earlier, it's like Groundhog Day in our criminal justice system. We are insane because we keep doing the same things over and over again, expecting different results. We had a prison overcrowding problem in the 70s and the 80s. What did we do? We built more prisons. And here we are in 2023 doing it again. So with this bill specifically, and all the other good time bills and all the other crime bills that are coming this session, that their only goal is to incarcerate more people, I want you to think about this. There's going to come a point where there's not going to be any space left. We're already at that point, but now it's going to get to the point where you're going to have to make decisions. Our federal court is going to give us a formula that's going to say, if you sentence somebody to 20 years, we're going to reconfigure that with a formula and turn it into a few months. Same thing happened in California. We're headed that direction. And if you want to talk about public safety, and I'm just think about this. When you reduce good time, you're only giving us a couple of options on release. One of those is end of sentence. What happens if somebody ends a sentence? They stay in prison for 20 years. They walk out with no help, no supervision, no resources. Can you imagine what the chances of somebody reoffending is in that scenario versus you paroling them and giving them a couple of years of supervision and assistance? But we tell everybody that we're keeping you safe by incarcerating everybody, which means that we are forcing people out of our system. The folks that everybody claims to be afraid of, we're forcing them out of our system with no supervision at all. And remember, we aren't determining if you get out. We're determining when, because over 90% of the people that go in the prison system, guess what? They get out. So would you rather them get out without any supervision at all? Or would you rather them get out with some? And that's the choices.
And the
that we're
gentleman's
making right
time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ringo, Representative McCampbell. While he's on his way down here, I'd like to recognize the Jackson County leadership. Guest to Representative Mike Kirkland. Let's give them a big hand for being with us today. Also, the Chilton County Commission, Jimmy Hardy. Guest to Representative Betso and Smith. Representative McCandle, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
First of all, I do recognize law enforcement as a former law enforcement officer, that we put our lives on the, we're putting our lives on the line every day we wake up. And it's one of those things where it's a choice. Those that have chosen to be in law enforcement, you know, I said we all have our callings, and for you to really want to be in law enforcement, it's a calling, you know. And I hate what happened to Officer Johnson. I really do. You know, and as the previous legislators or representatives have said, we've got a colossal calamity and failure of our whole system. It's sad to say, but we don't have any real solutions. You know, any real solutions. I hear you talk about your jail and some of the things, some of the innovative ideas and plans you have and are putting forth there. And then I think about how old is your jail? Can I ask you that?
Yeah, sure. We moved into our facility in 2004, so it's roughly almost 20 years old.
Almost 20 years old.
Yep.
And the jail prior to that was, what, 1901, probably?
I don't know if it was that old, but it definitely had some age on it. It predated my time for sure. As far as when it was opened, I only saw it open for about 5 years of my tenure there serving in Shelby County before we moved into the new facility.
Okay. And I'm sure you have a lot of checks and balances in place at your jail to make sure you all are doing things properly, that those that are supposed to be in jail are in jail, and the ones that have bonded out really bond out efficiently. I'm sure you got that in place.
Yes, sir. I mean, listen, I'm a big fan of what we do, and not because I have the privilege to lead the men and women there. I just believe in the system and that which has been laid out before me, before my time to be the leader. I've inherited a good system, and I think we've continued that process, that we are treating people with the dignity and respect that they deserve as human beings. We're carrying out the mission and desire of the court system to hold them until they have their day in court. And then in which that time we follow the orders of the court and either release them out or we transfer them to perhaps the Department of Corrections. So those checks and balances are there, and I'm completely confident in what goes on there. And so, as I don't want to take into your time, I'm confident as we progress these dialogues here, because actually every speaker who has come up here had a lot in common in my belief in what can be done. And I'm not deterred by the mistakes of the past. And I'm not too tired in my young life to think that we can't accomplish these things. I am willing to continue to work for whatever I can do as just one member of this body because I believe in our state we're better than what we've been doing. And I believe our citizens deserve better. I believe those who are incarcerated in our state deserve the absolute best opportunity once they're held accountable by the court system that we offer them the services that they need, because placing them there alone is not the answer, and we all recognize that.
And I heard you, as you were talking about your system, you talked about getting the mental health issue in on the front side when they are coming in, rather than more so on the back side. But the other thing I want to ask you, with all of that system that you have in place of checks and balances, have you made any mistakes?
Absolutely. You know, I would think anyone would stand here and say they're not, anyone would not stand here and claim that they're perfect in what they do. And so I think there are mistakes that are made in the system, whether we're talking about the criminal justice system as a whole. I'm sure we could point out multiple mistakes, but as you probably heard me say enough of, I look for the opportunities in which we don't focus on those mistakes. That we had a tragedy that occurred here, and I sincerely believe everyone's heart when they stand there and speak about their sorrow for what happened in Bibb County in June of 2022.
Right.
But it uncovered something that I believe that we're here to try to take what I believe is, instead of a hammer, it's a screwdriver, and we're taking care of a small part of this system, and we're trying to do what we can, that I believe as a jail administrator, to continue a system in which it does incentivize inmates for their good behavior, and it has that same effect as the stick and the carrot, and we're allowing them to earn good time so that they can re-enter into the society at appropriate time.
And in our sentencing, that's where I think we also need to look. And I'm saying it not as an attorney or as a lawyer, but having worked with a DA's office. Our sentences are very long sentences, period, because the mindset of Alabamians, you know, of those that have set our sentencing guidelines have been, we're going to punish, you know, and our judges have bought into it and are actually putting these longer sentences on people that, you know, if you took something even in the middle of the guidelines, would be a lot less time that they would be sentenced to. So as we are having these dialogues about this particular case, I think we also need to begin to maybe relook at our sentencing guidelines, because we do have an overcrowding problem in our prison system. That overcrowding problem, though, is only festering. And as we are not, because I looked at how many people were released from January 1 to up to today by our parole board. Do you know, it's unreal. I mean, how many people have been denied? As I looked at that, I said, I scrolled about 7 or 8 pages before I even saw one person being granted parole. And see, that's the biggest problem that we have. Parole is supposed to be a time when we actually have the opportunity to look at people while they are out in the community. If they are threatened or reoffend, we actually have the ability to put them back in. And I say, if you've given another chance and you reoffend, we really need to put it to you then. So I agree that we probably need to do something. I just don't know that this is going to be the answer. But I promise, as if we can all come together collectively and really think about how we can change our system and talk to each other as brothers and sisters about the problem of the people of the state of Alabama, I then believe we can come up with something collectively that will be beneficial to all of Alabama.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you. As I said, I've stood here and found myself agreeing a lot with what is being spoken about in general, about the things we can do together if we all come together. This isn't a Republican or Democrat issue. This isn't a white or black issue. This is an issue for the citizens of our state to find a way to address the issue of our criminal justice system.
Thank you so much.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore. While she's making her way down, I would also like to recognize the Autauga County Engineer and EMA Director, Gary Weaver, the EMA Director, and John Mark Davis, County Engineers, guests of Smith, Starnes, and Lawrence. Also like to recognize the Revenue Clerk, Michelle Kirk from Pickens County, Tax Collector Susan Jones from Tuscaloosa. Let's give them a big hand.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield. And I just have a couple questions. Because like I alluded to when I came up before, the problem is not with the good time. The problem is the person who made the decision to allow this person to bail out after they done ran away from work release and did all the other things they did. So my concern is that, is there anything in your bill that would require continuing education? Because we know your bill gonna pass, y'all are running right on over us regardless of what we got to say that makes sense. So, but you got to retrain or have some type of training in place, because this officer would not have lost his life. His family would not be suffering the hurt from his loss if somebody had checked this man's record and not let him just bail himself out after he done ran away from a work release. So I think that nobody looked at the situation surrounding the guy that did this horrific thing to this officer. So we could pass all of these laws, but if the people who have to make decisions from day to day aren't properly trained and know to do the background and research and just not arbitrarily let people out, because I think, the biggest problem, either we're not letting people out or we're letting the wrong people out. People that are in for nonviolent crime, they can't get out. But the ones that have did hurt and harm to other people, they get out. So I just think that at the end of the day, we'll pass this, but I could just about guarantee, unless we train the people who have to make these decisions on whether a person can bail out or be released for any reason, if they don't get continuing education, so that we can make sure they understand the laws and they look in detail at that person's background before any release is being made. Because I can talk about young people or older people in my district that the prison doctors say they are no harm to anybody. But the prison doctors have recommended that they be released. Their families have gotten them a place to live, have gotten doctors to take care of them, yet they can't leave prison. So we've got two problems on both sides that we need to take care of. And I think we need to do our due diligence to make sure that whoever is making the decision to release anybody, that we give them, it's mandated, that they have continuing education so that they know the law, know the background of the person that they're researching, and take the time to look at it. Then on the other side, we continue to talk about prison reform. Those people that the federal government say that we should have let go, that we're still holding on to them, non-violent offenders. For some reason, we can't find a reason to let the nonviolent offenders out, but through some hook or crook, we're good at letting the violent offenders get out. And you know, the young lady that was killed, that was a university student, that was a violent offender that somebody let out because somebody didn't look at his background either. And in his case, he pretty much stalked that young girl and kidnapped her because somebody in the prison system wasn't properly trained to do their due diligence before they would let someone that has a violent history out of the prison system. So I think if we could do more to solve those situations, I think that we'll be better on a better track. And I think if with the knowledge that Representative England and the concerns that he's had, and I listened to him and I applaud him for the amount of knowledge on the good, the bad, the indifferent, and the wealth of information he could impart from his length of time working with people that are incarcerated and working to get those people who deserve to release from prison out. So, I think like I say, you're past this bill, but this bill won't solve the problem because at no point in time has the state admitted that was our fault. That was our fault that this officer lost his life because we had a person that decided to allow him to bail himself out who did not look at his violent background. And so this family is suffering today. And rather than that to happen some more, and I know the people in this body, they don't listen. Half of them got 50 million different other conversations. But this is an important thing because we all have friends and relatives that are in law enforcement. And Lord knows, you know, my extended family that lost his life. And we miss him every day. His mother still has not gotten over his death. But we could prevent that by allowing the people that make these decisions to be properly trained. And I would encourage you to go back and see what we could do to include continuing education for the people that make and in the continuing education process to make sure there's a look back at the person's continued history, especially when they are violent criminals, to make sure that once this bill is passed, that we don't have to stand down here again and say that we've lost an officer because that was administration's mistake that this officer is not here. And his family is missing him because somebody didn't do their due diligence. So I appreciate you listening to me.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Clark. While she's on her way down here, I'd like to recognize Henry County Sheriff Eric Blankenship, the guest of Representative Rick Ream. And also the Houston County Investigator Rick Herring, guest of Representative Lee, Ream, Klaus, and Sorrells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
You've been standing there a long time,
I have been,
Senator Bedsole,
but that's okay.
but you're holding up rather well.
Thank you.
I have a somewhat sensitive question to ask. You don't appear to be a vengeful person, and I think I know Senator Weaver well enough to know that neither is she a vengeful person. She served in this chamber for many years.
Yes, fine servant.
However, it has been suggested by some folk that this bill is retaliation for the Alabama prison strike back in 2022. For the record, is that the case?
I don't even know what prison strike you're speaking about, so I can unequivocally say.
That got by you?
This has nothing to do with any prison strike.
All right. Well, I suggest you Google and go back and read that. I think that strike lasted about 3 weeks. And I think inmates were protesting deplorable conditions in our prisons, which we are all aware of. I have just a few questions.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to know how this bill, and you've talked about it a little bit, but how will this bill affect overcrowding in our prisons, or will it affect overcrowding in our prisons?
Yeah, I think that answer is yet to be determined because this would be an issue up to the control of the inmates themselves. If they behave and follow the rules within the Alabama Department of Corrections, there's still a path to them in which that they can earn good time. And I think it's worth noting that good time is only available to those inmates with less than a 15-year sentence anyway. So we're talking about a small portion of our population that is eligible for the good time program in and of itself. So we're not talking about something that is on a mass level, 100% of the inmates, and this is going to totally change the structure in which how they serve. We're talking about a smaller portion of the population, those sentenced to less than 15 years.
So you believe that it remains to be seen what the impact will be?
I think it's purely based off the behavior of the inmates. You know, here's what I have a lot of confidence in, if I may, real quick, is that we have cleared up a lot of issues related to the Good Time program, and it's not anything that I've done here. The governor's executive order really carried the weight of what we're doing here today.
So tell me, how does this bill mesh with the governor's executive order? I went back and read the governor's executive order, and I'm not sure I see how they mesh. Can you explain that to me?
Sure. I think one of the things that was brought to light, and while at the end of the day, we can talk about the circumstances specifically related to the killing of Deputy Brad Johnson, but what it did do is bring a little focus to this topic. What was discovered is a law that has been on the books since 1980 has been not equally applied across our Alabama Department of Prison system. And what was discovered is the way they were applying good time maybe at this prison wasn't the same over here. And as a matter of fact, being in the line of work that I am, I would have inmates tell me, I'm going to prison. And for example, they'd say, I'll be done by Christmas. And I would think to myself, how is that possible? And they would tell me, well, once I get my good time, I'll be done soon. And I said, well, what do you mean? You have to earn your good time, right? And they said, no, sir, we don't earn the good time. They give you the good time. And so what was discovered here is our system wasn't being applied appropriately. So this brought some attention to that area. And the governor's executive order did a nice job of directing the Alabama Department of Corrections to uniformly apply what was on the books at the time and set up certain ways for that to happen. So it set this path in motion. What we have done is simply look at a system that was 5.5 times more lenient than the national average. So Alabama was more lenient than the national average. And we simply, I think, brought it into where we are today. Because if you think about what happened in 1980, our laws, as Representative England and others have pointed out, were vastly different. The way sentences were being done was vastly different. People were serving more time. Good time allowed them to progress through the system in an easier or better way based off the way sentencing was done at the time. The way sentencing is being done today, this doesn't give our system a chance to properly do the education rehabilitation. So I know the system is broke. I know we're not doing a good job now, but I'm confident that if we give them the ability, the tools to do so, the resources, we can do better than we have been doing.
Are you not the least bit concerned that we are actually removing some of the incentive that we need in order to get inmates to behave better?
Well, certainly it stands to reason if you take a look that we're reducing the amount of incentive. But what's important to me as a jail administrator is that incentive is still intact. And I think the most important piece of this is the consistency in the way we apply the rules. There is nothing that will send a jail into chaos faster than when you have inconsistency on the way the rules are applied. And so I submit here that we've taken this process and we very neatly and nicely laid it out. Class 1 inmate. It's a day for day. There is really not very much difficulty in understanding. If you follow the rules of the Alabama Department of Corrections for 30 days, we're going to give you 30 days. And then we also lay out a series of rules violations that if you commit any one of these rules, you will forfeit your good time. For example, you are not eligible to earn good time if you commit the crime of murder and you're convicted and you go to prison. You cannot get good time once you're there. But under current statute, if while in the Alabama Department of Corrections prison and you murder somebody, you can still be eligible to earn good time. And so what we're laying out here is a list of violent crimes that occur inside the prison that if you break one of these rules, because they're rule violations, then we are saying very clearly to the inmates, you will forfeit your ability to earn good time.
So are they consistent, those sanctions consistent with the governor's executive order? Because I'm looking at on page 3 of her order where it says sanctions for severe violations.
Yeah, I can't speak specifically to that, but I tell you with certain care, we decided to cite the Alabama Department of Corrections manual that lays out the definitions of those rule violations. So we wanted to capture so there was no misunderstanding of what those rules mean. So for example, if you broke the rule of arson, well, it is what is in their manual. So there's no arbitrary guessing about it. And I think it's something important out to everyone is there's due process available inside the prison system. Constitutionally speaking, we offer them the ability to have a hearing inside if they break a rule. And so it's important for me to know that. And I asked those questions that I wanted to make sure that due process was intact for the inmates. So if they don't believe they committed one of these rule violations.
So does that manual that you just referenced, that you just showed me there, does it have guidelines for correction officers on good behavior, how they interpret good behavior? Is that subjective, or are there some specific guidelines that will help?
So I don't have
to help ensure that there's that consistency that you said we lack.
I don't have specific answers about this manual here, but the governor's executive order, I thought, went a long way to lay in those specific guidelines out that will hopefully finally get that system applied fairly and equally across all of our prisons so that there is a clear understanding on how inmates earn good time, not simply given good time as had been done for so long.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Tassel.
Thank you, Speaker, for recognition. Hey, Representative Bledsoe with the Chairman Yield.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hey, well, I work with inmates on a weekly basis, and one of the concerns that I have is it's an inmate that I work with, and he's the string of armed robbers. I believe in accountability. He got sentenced 12 years in prison, and the problem with him, he don't pick a side, right? You know, a lot of times you go into correction facilities, you have to pick a side. Hey, that's Blood, Crip, whatever group that you're supposed to be in. So you have an inmate that has been in prison. He got life in prison with no chance of parole without getting out, period. But this particular inmate who has to defend himself, who has to fight, who's getting written up in the correction facility. And I was looking at on page 5, line 18 to line 122. And I guess my concern would be if he's getting written up a lot, will his time get reduced? Would his good time get reduced because of the fact that he's getting written up in prison, because of the fact that he has a lot of written up? I mean, he got written up a lot in the correction facility. Would this bill, will this inmate now have a problem with good time?
So I would ask you, what is specifically being written up for what?
Well, fights. I think he got written up for stabbing. And the problem is because he has to defend himself in there because the prison's so unsafe. And I guess my concern would be, like I said, is that if we got that particular inmate, you know, and who's looking for this good time, and the issue I have is because it's his hope.
Yeah.
You know, if I can get good time and I can get out of here, and you know, I don't want to come back to prison. You know, he going through a lot of the programs, but the issue, he's getting written up a lot. He's asking for the warden to move him from another prison, but like I told him, I think you'll get caught up in the same situation. So, and I guess my concern would be, will this bill hurt him or other inmates who's getting written up inside the correction facility, hurt them on a good time basis?
So if I understand exactly what you're asking, then I think I have an answer for you. So Senator Smitherman, is a part of the bill on the Senate floor, offered an amendment that does appear in this engrossed in version. And it's on page 6. And it says, and on page 6 here, what you're going to find is these are going to be the list of things that the department commissioner does not have the ability to give back their good time. But one of the things we put in there was that if they commit assault that causes serious physical injury, excluding when it's used in self-defense. Okay, so I have the privilege to meet with inmates often in the course of my job, and I love to talk about the circumstances in which that they arrived inside the facility, but also what happened. And I make an acknowledgement because I understand this, that in a situation inside of a correctional environment, when you have disagreement with somebody, you're going to have to make a choice at that point in time. When it's this person versus this person, you make that choice of, do I follow the rules of the facility and realize that it might make me victim to other people because I look weak to the prison population? Or do I make the choice to break the rules knowing that I'm going to have consequences? And oftentimes the rules are broken because they know the consequences might be a little bit more harsh if they look weak to someone else in the facility. So they break the rules knowing that fighting is an administrative rule and will hold them accountable. And so I acknowledge the tough position that puts them in. That's why I think that this was a nice addition here, because if they were defending themselves and the officer writes up in the report that this inmate was assaulted and perhaps defending themselves, then that still allows them the ability to earn good time and for it not to be taken away with no hope. Now, on the other hand, the same individual you're speaking of, if he is the aggressor and he is the one going to pick the fights and he causes a serious physical injury, then he is certainly not conforming to the rules of the prison. And so in my estimation, that's not good time. You should be good to earn good time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Great question. Thank you for allowing me a chance to speak about that.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman. From Clark County, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for the recognition. I talked a little bit on this bill the other day. Ms. Weaver had it in committee. And we had talked, you and I had talked. I wasn't at the committee meeting when your bill was up. But my question to her, how are we going to incentivize those persons who have committed crime and are locked up and expect them to be released? So I think what is happening, and somebody made a statement that the revolving door. I'll be gone 6 months, 7 months, a year and a half maybe, because of good time. Why was this law put in? Why was this opportunity given to these inmates in the first place? Why? The good time. Why was that incentive placed in the correction center for our inmates? Why was that opportunity allowed them in the first place?
So I could assume the easy answer is we do want to administer a system.
But you don't want it as rampant as it is now.
We want to administer a system in which we did offer some incentive that if you are good while inside prison and you obey the rules, then there will be a reduction of your sentence to give you that opportunity.
But what you're doing is want to slow down the process of the incentive. They're getting too many days for each day served. They was getting the day of good time. So now you want to make sure that they serve some time. That's what you're saying.
Not just serve the time, but I want to make sure that we have an opportunity to educate and rehabilitate. That's a very important piece, and I won't back down from that.
I don't think that's the problem. The problem is we hadn't been educated nor rehabilitated. We've been locking them up and throwing the key away, hoping one day that they'll forget about it. But see, that's why we've been on the federal law courts, because we hadn't been doing our job in the state. It's taking care of our corrections system. And I told Mrs. Weaver, Senator Weaver, see, I'm about the total person. See, we want to make people whole. Some people just did something wrong for the first time and they got caught up in the crime, and so I don't think we ought to punish everybody because somebody did something wrong twice. And I think this is a personal thing. So you mentioned something about a program that you have in Walker County.
Shelby County.
Shelby County.
Yeah.
See, I got them all these counties on, and see, I mean, it's a great program. But if all 67 counties had that program, we would be in great shape, wouldn't we? Now, why don't you bring that? Make sure that all the counties have the same program. Sure. Talk about that program. I don't have but a couple minutes. That program you have there in Shelby County.
Well, you and I had a lot of conversation. So which one were we speaking about specifically?
The educated part with the group that come in.
Yeah, Daniel Project.
Yeah, the Daniel Project.
Yeah, Representative Rogers spoke about them as well, and it's a fine organization based out of Shelby County, Jefferson County. I'm sorry, that has partnered with us in Shelby County. I have a lot of hope for what they're doing, and I would like to see that organization continue to have the same positive impact in others. I mean, we've seen tremendous results where they come inside of our facility. They offer us the ability to offer adult education classes for some of our male inmates. I mean, we were struggling to find a male instructor to come and work with our male inmates, and this organization has stepped up and offered somebody to do career readiness. The basic task of helping someone know how to fill out a job application. And some of these tasks that seem so basic, but these are things that many individuals, depending on where they came from, their backgrounds, may have not had the opportunity to get.
All right, thank you. Now, wouldn't it be great if the state would do this? You say you want to rehabilitate and educate, but you got a private group coming in. The state should be doing it. The state finna be 4 mega prisons.
Well, and I think some of these same programs, I believe, if I'm not
mistaken, I know Ingram State
and I think
is doing that in some places.
Project is the same organization. I think they're willing to partner. You know, we just need to bring more people to the table.
I think if we ever gonna do what's right when it comes to a person who have error in their ways.
Yeah.
And I said, and this bill should have gone in Judiciary Committee rather than Public Safety. You know, because those lawyers should know a little more about the law than us people that don't know too much about the process. But it came in Public Safety, and it came out of Public Safety, and I know it's going to pass today because it has some good intent. And I like that, because if you're going to make a uniformity across the state, then everybody expect the same thing. One person shouldn't have a good time than the other person because of the animosity that goes on within these systems.
Yeah.
You know, I had a couple of persons that I tried to help. They had mental problems, and the jailer didn't like them because they say he had a nasty attitude. But our job is to help, whether you like the attitude or not. That's a person that need help.
That's right.
That young man went in at 18 years of age, and he just turned 21, and he just got mental health since I've been up here crying out against what was going on in the jail system. So this is what happens to a lot of our young people. Then they go to prison, and then they get Then they learn how to be a prisoner. They have to learn to be a criminal rather than because the mistreatment that they've received in these institutions dehumanizing who they really are. So I hope that we can make this work, and I hope that we get some great incentives out of this, and I hope that revolving door don't be the incentivism doesn't outweigh the process that we're trying to create here. So I want to say thanks for bringing this, but we need to have some incentives for the persons to want to get out of jail.
That's right.
They're in there, so we ought to help them to want to get out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Sure, recognize the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
I got you. Thank you.
Help me understand this bill. I've been listening to all of the discussion and debate on it. And I think the only reason I really rose today, I haven't perused it like I probably should have, is it gives me concern when anyone stands up to even begin to make it appear is as if someone is not pro-law enforcement in the state of Alabama. You know, I never rise to this podium. I never step in this well to ever speak on behalf of anyone. I think I always preface my words with I rise representing House District 60. In some instances, I rise as a party of one. And I've done that with pride for 12 years now. So I'm certainly not here to speak on anyone's behalf, but anytime someone starts off or a conversation leans toward or gives an appearance or has a cause of an effect to even remotely appear because someone's questioning material matters in the body of legislation, that someone is not pro-law enforcement, I decided, let me get up, because that certainly would not be the case for me. Some of my dearest friends are law enforcement. I've dated someone for a number of years in my younger years that are law enforcement. I have the utmost respect for law enforcement. Now, whether I agree with them all the time, I may not agree with them, just like they may not agree with me. As I've said in here, there are good actors and there are bad actors. I'm here to stand on the side of the good. I've heard all of the names referenced as to who supports this bill. I have the utmost of respect for the senator. I think quite fondly of the attorney general. I may not always agree with him, but he's always been welcoming and inviting to me whenever I've called on him. He's always availed himself and opened his doors to give assistance as well as those in his office, and I cannot deny that before anybody. But I would like to know, is this the bill that was brought last year? It's not, it wasn't brought last year. I'm a little cloudy right now.
Okay.
So help bring me up to speed as to what this bill does and why there's so much debate over this particular bill.
Sure. I think in the simplest state is it just revises our good time statute that has been on the
That's
books
right. It was the good time.
since
Okay.
1980.
And the revision is what?
Well, we're simply changing the amount of correctional incentive time or good time days that are offered.
Are we increasing or are we lowering it?
We are lowering them.
Okay. So we are lowering it. And so I see a lot of red here and there where we're making modifications. So tell me about what are we lowering? Give me some of the numbers.
Okay.
Help me out.
So class 1 inmate,
Mhm.
which is in the definition of the Department of Corrections, the what we'll call the lowest level of offender, generally trustworthy. Currently, for every 30 days that they are good, they earn 75. This bill would change it more to a day for day. If you are good for 30 days, we as the state of Alabama are going to offer you 30 days of correctional incentive time.
Okay. Go on.
Class 2, for every 30 days that you're well behaved, we are changing that, proposing to 15 days. Class 3, for every 30 days, you will get 5 days of correctional incentive time, and Class 4 inmates shall not accrue any correctional incentive time, and that's in line with the current law.
But this bill is named after someone for a reason. And why is that?
Well, I think a specific incident brought this to light, an opportunity to take a look at the correctional incentive time. The offender in this particular case had traversed through the correction system and benefited from a correctional incentive time that we all agree had a lot to do with the administration, but brought to light.
So we had someone who obviously gained or acquired a certain level of good time. Obviously, at some point, he was released and something happened. What happened?
Somebody was murdered, a police officer.
And the only reason I'm asking this, and let me just say this. I've always been one, and I'm going to bring a bill which I'm naming after somebody. I've knocked against it. I've been here 12 years. And it doesn't matter to me whether it's law enforcement or not. I just believe we ought to explain to the public, because there are people listening. When I get calls, someone asks me, well, why did we name a bill after somebody, or why is it called this? Even when I come here in a few days, hopefully my bill will be up. It's going to be named. It will be my first time in 12 years, 4 term, going on my 4th term now, to do that. It gave me a little heartburn, but it was so worth it. But I'm going to explain as to why I'm naming the bill. So someone gets out, they kill somebody, and you feel that, or someone, because they had received a certain level of good measure of good time, but for that, they would not have been out. Because is that what you're saying?
I think it certainly exposed some issues with the good time statute, yes.
But so are there inmates who, say, get out, and it's not a question of good time, may have been out for a period of time, do they kill? Do we have instances where people get out and they kill?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that there are some inmates who have benefited from the current statute that probably haven't gotten out and committed any crimes. That's very fair to say.
So this bill would be brought as a deterrent to basically keep someone incarcerated for a longer period of time, which you would be almost reducing the amount of time that would be allowable to calculate his or her good time. Okay. Again, I don't like to speak on a lot of things I have, because when I treat a bill, I treat a bill. You've seen me well enough to know I haven't treated this one, and that's my fault today.
Okay.
Just to speak, to go hard in the paint on it. Because my push dealing with law enforcement is I have a bill that I'm going to bring, and I've been pushing this bill in most states now, even red states are now making modifications with regards to body cam legislation because of the diverse situations that are happening across this country. Even the hardest, toughest states now are making modifications to give victims and their families an opportunity without breaking the chain, without interfering with the jury process, the voir dire process, without tainting the jury pool, figuring out a way to allow for enough evidence to be given to a family or a victim or representative, that at least they would know, A, who the bad actor was, to see some of the demonstrative evidence, and it could be done in a way as not to taint the entire investigatory process. And I'm hoping that we get there, and it's time. And like I said, a lot of the red states, some of the reddest states now are using common sense approaches because of what we have seen across this country, where that one bad situation happens and then all hell breaks loose, but only because someone wasn't at least allowed to work through a process. And I think Alabama is better for it now. I believe our Attorney General is better for it. I certainly hope he is, and will give some great consideration for it. This bill gives me some concern, again, because I have not read it in its entirety, and I will take some opportunity to peruse it. I'm sure it will pass out. It's coming down from the Senate. But those are the things that I would like to see us work on here in law enforcement, because we are just like any other state, a ticket time bomb, boom, boom, waiting to explode. And again, we have great law enforcement here in the state of Alabama.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tuscaloosa, Representative England. While Representative England's on his way down, I would like to recognize John Boyette, Stank Baking Board, guest of Tim Wadsworth, Tracy Estes, and Danny Crawford.
All right, thank you for recognition. Will gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I'm not even going to take the whole 10 minutes.
Okay.
I just want to kind of wrap a couple of things up. First, is the governor's executive order currently in effect?
Yes.
All right. Doesn't her executive order prohibit anybody who commits an assault or a homicide while they're incarcerated? Doesn't her order take away their good time?
I don't have the exact answer. I really don't.
It does. It does. So that problem that we've identified in our conversations has been eliminated through her executive order. I don't necessarily believe that the governor's office through executive order has the power to extend or decrease someone's sentence. I think that's within our purview. But until somebody challenges that, it's what's in effect. Representative Clark identified an issue about the protests that occurred in the facility. One of the components of the governor's executive order was that if you protested, your good time could be taken away from you. That's what he was referring to. And I'll also say, just for the sake of conversation, you and I have had a ton of conversations offline over the years about several issues within the prison system. And I just want to commend you because I understand what you're doing here. But what I'm looking for, I guess, overall is a commitment from the body itself to take a look at something else and approach this problem from a different perspective. Because if incarcerating everyone actually made us safer, Alabama would be the safest place in the world. One thing that we do better than anybody in the world is execute people. Well, not recently, but execute people and also incarcerate people. So if that is in fact the case, and we are experiencing, as I keep hearing a lot of people say, that crime is out of control, maybe it's up to us to look at a different way to resolve those problems. And maybe the only answer to deal with crime isn't just incarcerating everyone or creating new and creative ways to incarcerate people. So again, I'm going to bring you some proposals that deal with the aged and infirm population in our prison system that is costing us millions and millions of dollars. It is eating away at our Department of Corrections budget. I'm also going to bring you a proposal that identifies a particular population within the prison system where they are serving life without parole, but didn't hurt anybody. Nobody was harmed. And we have several situations where victims have been approached about these folks, and they're like, why are they still serving time in prison? So things like that. And I understand that, it requires compromise, and I may at times as I've been told, I may go a little too far. There may be a subcommittee specifically created for all the bills that I've sponsored this session.
There could be.
Could be.
We're headed that way, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. We are certainly headed that direction. But I am looking forward to just at some point, like a meaningful dialogue about the population itself, how we're managing the prison system itself, and then trying to find a way to get to better outcomes.
Yeah.
So
absolutely. Representing, I certainly open-minded, enjoy our conversations, and I look forward to those. I certainly wanted to point out in one of the amendments I had shared with you that was put on the Senate, it does, and this was, I believe, Senator Singleton, that it did exclude those who were demonstrating a civil protest inside the prison. It doesn't cause them to automatically forfeit their good time. I think that was a nice amendment to add on in recognition of the event you were talking about as well. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
And the last thing, we really, as a body, need to dedicate more resources to the Department of Corrections. Simply put, they are incapable of doing everything that we've charged them to do.
Sure.
As an example, early release, for a long time, there were many people who were eligible for early release. And the Department of Corrections never got around to doing their paperwork, so they ended up EOSing.
Yeah.
And I have a hard time seeing how they're going to have to manage what this bill requires them to do, what the executive order from the governor's office requires them to do, which is just the sheer lack of personnel that they have currently. So we're going to have to figure out a way to also encourage and recruit additional COs, because if not, this raging fire is just going to continue to burn out of control.
Agreed.
Anyway, I'm going to keep my word. Not going to talk 10 minutes, although I could talk about the prison system in Alabama for hours on end. But anyway, I appreciate your work, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
I'll back it right now. Note. There's so many notes I had to turn my paper over. They'll tell me, I tell me the truth. The guy was on work release, right? What?
I think he had been at a work release facility. I believe that's correct.
And then he escaped from work release, right?
He did.
They recaptured him.
He was.
All right. Then he bonded himself out.
I don't have the details of that. I really don't.
Well, they told me he bonded himself out, and we gonna take away the good time, because they made a mistake. Now wait a minute. If I escape from prison, work release, then I'm going to bond myself and sign people bond myself bond out. That don't even make sense. And then you gonna take away good time for that?
So I think the issue at hand that was exposed is he was still accruing good time, even though that he had escaped. So this brought to light a problem in the system that we attempted to try to clear up here is what happened.
Well, why not point at one person? Where's the guy now? Well, he's in jail now, right? Curtis, the guy who did all this, right?
Yes, sir. He is awaiting trial for the murder of Deputy Johnson.
Well, why are you going to punish everybody else because if one guy did this, turn the system around? That's the only problem I have. And I understand what you're trying to do. It's a noble thing you're trying to do. But if mere fact you're going to turn the whole system around because they made a mistake. Now, in time, an escapee escaped. He must have been dangerous because he killed a person. And then You gonna punish the entire system, other guys who want to get good time because they made a mistake. Now, will you admit one thing? They made a mistake, right?
So I'll say this. I think you and I can certainly agree that a bill that was passed in 1980 that we acknowledged just a few minutes ago, just for example, if you were arrested and convicted on the crime of murder and we put you into the prison system, because you committed murder, you cannot earn good time. That is a crime that's not eligible.
Okay.
However, under the current law, if you killed somebody while in prison, you could still earn good time while you're there. So there's pieces of this that we're looking to ensure that you don't earn good time for not being good. If you kill someone while in prison, you cannot earn good time.
Right. But now the other question is that, well, how do you think, I mean, seriously, we got to find some kind of way to get a handle on prison overcrowding, some kind of way, right? And Billy Prison's not going to do it. But this is going to further handicap us providing an overcrowded prison. Do you realize that under my door right now, believe it or not, there are 5 cars in my door where 5 prisoners got killed 3 days ago. 5 prisoners got killed 3 days ago, and the other guys are there. They'll tell you. And believe it or not, I get them under my door all the time. 5 guys got killed in prison 3 days ago. 5. Can you imagine the mother and father suffering because they know the guy in jail, but they don't want the son dead, the son and daughter dead. So we got to find a way. And I know you're a good guy. What you want? I see one of the good guys. I really do. We got to find a way to eliminate some of the overcrowd. I mean, I know the sheriff. I know a lot of sheriffs, and they wanted to get right now in Jefferson County. They're holding prisoners for the state. They can't put prisoners in for Jefferson County because they overloaded with holding for coming down here. And you take away good time. What you're doing really is clogging system more and more. What's going to happen when they do the mass release? They're going to do one. I mean, I'm part of the lawsuit. I guarantee you they're going to do one. What's going to happen then? And then you go turn loose murderers there. I mean, people, see, what's going to happen when they turn those guys loose? They got to release them. I don't know what they're going to put them on, how they're going to do it, whether they're going to put them on parole or what. But the parole board not going to release them anyway. So once they release them, what's going to happen then? I'm serious. You take away the good time, that's fine. But when the feds mandated a mass prison release, we ain't got no control no more. What happens then? So what I'm trying to make you see, I know what you're trying to do, but it's gonna clog the system up again. Right now in your jail, how many state prisoners you holding in your jail?
How many state prisoners
you hold it right now? Are you holding any?
Yes, I have a group of inmates that we call state ready. I have about 30 of those, and thankful to this body, back in 2021, we enacted a law as a part of consenting county jails. We passed that for dips and dunks, and as a part of the conference committee, which I had the honor to sit on, we actually put in the law that DOC must take those inmates within 30 days. And I can tell you as a firsthand account, since that occurred, that the amount of state inmates inside of my facility has remained at a minimum in comparison to where we used to be in the past. And they're regularly taken.
But you still overcrowded, right? You still got them there, right?
Am I overcrowded?
Yeah.
I'm not overcrowded.
But you still got those state prisons you taking care of, right? Taking care of, right?
Well, but so they have to be state ready. And the reason that is, and I don't mind explaining it, is once someone is convicted, they compile a transcript that is sent from the circuit clerk's office to the Alabama Department of Corrections. DOC has to receive that transcript and accept it. Once they accept it, there's a 30-day clock that begins to run in which they have to remove them out of your facility. So as court is continuing to hear cases and And if they convict offenders, there's a new group of inmates that are entering into that pool, that they're accumulating the transcripts, sending it to Department of Corrections. Department of Corrections then accepts it, and then the clock begins to run. So there'll always be state inmates in a county jail.
Well, how many can you hold in your prison?
I can hold over 500.
Oh man, you go 5. So, but that's for your local prison, not for the state prison.
Yeah, this is a local county jail, but we can hold over 500. You know, during the height of COVID, as population increased, we held as many as 560.
But the more state prison you hold, the less you can hold for your county.
Yeah, and that's what, you know, I think I'm so thankful for this body to support that bill back in 2021, where we put into law, finally, it wasn't a part of a Supreme Court case, it's actually a law, that the state must take their inmates within 30 days. And I can give you a firsthand account. Our state-ready population numbers had soared into the 60s and 70s, and we're maintaining much lower. And I think the other day I looked and we were 20 or 30, you know, so something like that.
So the state is taking you, well, in Jefferson County, we full. Hey, matter of fact, the sheriff just told me, said we so full in Jefferson County because we just can't hardly take nobody else.
Yeah.
So somebody in Jefferson County got to go to jail. We had to find a way to put a bed to the state to take some of their prisoners back.
And there's a lot of, you know, we can talk about these issues as far as that increases our population, you know, but I think every one of us, Mr. Rogers, and I think that we have to be honest and sincere and look inward towards our communities. Every one of us are experiencing crime issues. And what brings those individuals to our facility is when they're accused of committing a crime in the case of a county jail. I'm not the judge and juror. I let the court systems do their job, and they're the ones who punish. I simply hold them once they're charged, and we try to do the best job we can.
I'm not accusing you doing that because you can't anyway. But the bottom line is that we're punishing these folks for something that somebody else did.
The court's punishing them by putting them in prison. The only thing we're doing is changing the way the good time statute.
Yeah, but they already get a chance. I mean, you gonna punish everybody, a whole bunch of folks for the one guy who they messed up with. Is there a problem? I mean, it's bad to happen.
Has expired. The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
No,
all righty. I knew once I started perusing this bill. I guess my question to you, you somewhat explained as to the structure and why you're bringing this bill, but ultimately, when I look through the bill, this bill also punishes the good actor. This bill punishes that person who just may be a model citizen, inmate, who doesn't receive infractions, who doesn't get in trouble. And we're now going to basically deduct or allow for a process for which we are actually being punitive or going to have a cause and effect to be punitive to someone else. But in fact, we now are punishing someone who is an innocent bystander. Because that's what this bill does. So the unintended consequence, okay, we're trying to keep this person in. First of all, there's nothing in this bill that's going to stop anyone who gets out of prison from going back out and killing again or killing. If you're going to kill, you're going to kill. It's a very unfortunate situation. Who would have ever thought yesterday in Kentucky, a disgruntled employee kills 5 people? A man looks normal.
Right.
Everybody who's spoken about him said just an everyday, average, ordinary citizen. But something happened. He was pissed off. He felt belittled. He felt trampled upon. And then he had some mental illness. Like, I would love to see some bills that come in here dealing with mental illness, how it impacts law enforcement. First of all, law enforcement officers are now having to take on the role of being psychiatrists, therapists, social workers. Many calls that they go on, they shouldn't even be on. I don't see anybody bringing any type of legislation for those types of causes to help law enforcement. And that's what we need. We need a package of bills to come here to deal with that. Because law enforcement now has to take on more responsibilities than they actually should. Some of the calls that they are actually on, they shouldn't even be on. They shouldn't even be addressing. But this bill punishes the good actor. Yes, they're in prison for a reason. We understand prison, it should be reformative. And I'll speak, and just to speak about reformative, I don't even know if I can say that anymore based upon every month or whenever there's a pardon and parole board hearing, it's denied, denied, denied. Every call I get, and I'm so sick of that we have a pardons and parole system here, and we have a prison system that is set up at, you punish, yes, but we do have a system that has certain levels and degrees of punishment, that at some point, certain individuals will be freed or have an opportunity to give cause for them to be put back into society to become conformative and productive citizens. But every parole and pardons and parole hearing is like the Shawshank Redemption. I feel like I'm hearing about Red, who was played by Morgan Freeman. Every time he walks into the room, it's denied, denied, denied. Even today, a man who was 14 years old, who has been incarcerated for 36 years, killed someone who molested him 36 years ago. Denied today, once again. A white male, denied. But yet, this bill, we're now punishing people who might have a shot. Not everybody's gonna have a shot, because you got a hell of a lot of people out on the street now just killing people. I'm almost afraid to go to my yard to even plant flowers. But this bill punishes people. And my only question I have, did you all consult with the Department of Corrections on this? Because I heard you all so eloquently quote all of the folks who've been working on this and all of this. But these are the people who are working with these inmates day in and day out, and who have the responsibility to administer or to work through this, to administer over these inmates. They have the responsibility for the care of these inmates. And if you're about to tell me that no one consulted with the Department of Corrections, I got a problem with that. That would be no different than that ankle bracelet bill that came here a few years ago that we were about to adopt. Nobody consulted with the Department of Corrections on the ankle bracelet bill. So I don't want to believe that as learned as you all are, as learned as Senator Weaver is, and I said learned, not liar, because every time I said that, someone has said I said they were a liar. That means with the level of expertise and knowledge that you have, as smart as you are. And I don't want to have APT to pull the tape for me again, but thank God for APT, because they do a good job of recording me, and I can always go back and validate what I said. So, but they've already confirmed. They say they turned, this is what they said, Representative Van, we turn the tape off on some folks, but when you get up there, we keep the tape rolling. So thank God for APT. But it's punitive. So before I take my seat, did anyone consult with the Department of Corrections? And if so, what did they say about this bill?
Yeah, I personally had conversations with them. I certainly would
Them being Ham, the boss, the second or first in command is either Jeff Williams or the deputy is
Cam's with pardon and parole. right? So
No,
then-
CAM. That's Pardons and Parole. That's not the
Right.
Department of Corrections.
Corrections, John Hamm.
John Ham. So you
Right.
spoke with Ham.
Yes, I have spoken with him and I've spoken with Jeff Williams, specifically Jeff on this topic.
And they said,
I think anytime that we talk about issues of population, that they're doing what they can to manage a population that we've all cited over and over again today, that there's issues with the capacity as it relates to their inmate population. But again, this is going to be driven by the behavior of the inmates. If they decide that to conform to the rules of the society, there's still an incentive. So I disagree when you say penalizing. We've changed the structure in which the good time incentive is there. It's been there since 1980, but we're changing that in which the days in which they earn, but we're not taking it away. There's still the ability for an inmate to earn good time as long as they're good inside the facility.
so are you telling me that the Department of Corrections is in favor of this bill or not in favor of the bill?
I'm not going to stand here and speak for them. I will acknowledge I'm sure they have concerns on any matter that deals with population inside their facility.
Okay, and I might be missing something, and I know I left my glasses, and then I ultimately had to go get my glasses. It was my yearly appointment, thank God, because I can't hardly even see out of my good glasses. Now, unless I miss something in this bill is going to have a cause and effect of punishing the good actor. And one thing I do know in here, it may not be in your immediate family, but somewhere down the family line, someone has or has had someone incarcerated in the penal system here.
I have.
In the state of Alabama. So again, unintended consequences. I don't need a state trooper. I don't need a county sheriff. I don't need a local police officer stopping me. Don't come behind me. I am not going to stop for you because I'm defending this bill. You might as well just get ready because I'm going to roll all the way to the next county until I get to a place of safekeeping. But I'm going to speak my piece. At the end of the day, I pray we pass legislation. I pray that we can pass something for the city of Birmingham because I'm sick and tired of folks every day. It's breaking news, folks killing. I'm sick of it. I'm tired of little old ladies saying, I want to just be able to go to the store in peace. I'm sick and tired of folks saying they can't sleep because of burnouts. So hopefully this bill
The
will
lady's
do
time
that.
has expired. Members, the question is final passage of SB 1. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. So all the members voted. 79 ayes, 24 nays, 1 abstention. SB 1 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been asked to open it up if there's anyone who would like to sign on as co-sponsors.
That is question to open up for co-sponsors. Clerk, unlock the machine. Anyone wants to co-sponsor? Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 57 co-sponsors, 1 nay, and that's a Senate bill. We can't do that. But anyway, it's a good thought. Before we go on to the next bill, let me join us in the gallery today is Bibb County Sheriff Lieutenant Ned Underwood and Deputy Chris Poole. Deputy Poole sustained a gunshot wound to the head during the same pursuit that claimed the life of Deputy Brad Johnson last year. But through God's grace, he's recovered and he's with us here to join us here today. In addition to being a fellow law enforcement officer, Deputy Poole also helped with Brad Johnson, his best friend, has been a driving force in passing this legislation. Please join me in welcoming Lieutenant Underwood, recognizing the bravery and recovery of Deputy Poole and honoring the service and sacrifice for Deputy Brad Johnson. Thank you, guys. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 9 of the calendar, House Bill number 56 by Representative Hulk Jones relating to the Alabama Board of Social Work Examiners.
Representative Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. This is the first of many times you will see me at the well advocating for mental health. House Bill 56 is a procedural bill. This bill would truly be beneficial to all 2,475 licensed clinical social workers in Alabama. Alabama is currently the only state, let me repeat, Alabama is the only state remaining in the United States that does not allow the highest level of professionally trained, licensed clinical social workers to diagnose. They diagnose such things as PTSD, depression, anxiety, stress, and other related disorders. It is also a workforce issue. This bill would allow for a greater reach through telehealth to those in underserved areas that are waiting on mental health diagnosis, but they cannot receive it without being seen by a doctor. As we all know, there are so many that need this mental health help, even if it's just to talk to someone. Let's please allow our professionally licensed clinical social workers to do their job by passing House Bill 56. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Hale, Representative Travis.
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Thank you, Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for bringing this bill, but I have a few questions. Particularly, why is this bill necessary now? Did something happen to necessitate a change?
Being that we are the only state remaining in the United States that does not allow our highest level of professionally trained clinical social workers to do that.
Right, so this means the people that have already went through this training experience, receiving that doctoral training, that they can now practice to do the work in evaluating clients.
The highest level of clinical social workers, they have a master's or a PhD in social work. They have already completed 2 years of clinical supervision, 3,000 hours of training, and they have all passed a national exam. So this is the highest level of certification.
Okay. Why would a social worker be prohibited from interpreting a psychological test? Do you know why?
Because currently by law, they are not allowed to make the diagnosis.
Okay, current law does not permit it.
Cursor, correct.
Will this impact this will now impact a social worker ability to perform a biopsychosocial assessment, which is used, for example, to determine admission into substance abuse treatment?
They will be able to diagnose the highest level of training. The most qualified will now be able to diagnose, which will allow them for further treatment.
Okay, thank you. So this does not take away, this actually encourages, this does not take away the ability, actually gives them the ability to do more, to create, to help relieve the medical bottlenecks.
That is correct. It doesn't take away any privileges or ability for them to serve their customers or patients.
Okay. And this is currently in practice in all other states. Alabama is the only exception.
With the last one?
The last one left. Okay. Well, I'll just thank you for the opportunity to chat with you on this bill. This is my first time in doing it, and I thank you for the opportunity and appreciate you for bringing this bill.
Absolutely. You did great too.
Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Levin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady Yield.
Yes, sir.
I just want to thank you for bringing this bill. Mental health is an issue we can't talk enough about addressing in this state. I appreciate your passion, and I look forward to discussing more from your viewpoint of how we can improve it and gain access to mental health people need in this state. So thank you for bringing this bill.
Thank you very much.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Cavan. Be the third person speaking on the BR.
Hope Jones in the house. We spoke about this bill last week, and I knew you were going to bring it, but I did have one question to ask you. I guess my only concern is if you would just define for me I see here the scope of practice, but tell me how these people qualify to be able to do this. They have to have, other than saying a clinical licensed independent social worker, they have the educational backing as far as the degree. But tell me, I guess it's just still one thing I guess that's missing within the body of the qualifications. I'm just trying to get the clarity on it for my own consumption as it relates to the practice of the social worker. What makes, I guess I'm trying to get to what makes them or what will make them qualified to make the diagnosis.
Well, just like any other professional, whether they're an attorney, whether they're a pharmacist, within their scope of training, they know how to diagnose this. So when they're dealing with issues such as PTSD, depression, anxiety, that is within their scope of training.
So they would basically then be giving a diagnosis based upon the symptom, no type of medicine would be prescribed. They would just be making a determination and giving a recommendation to someone else.
Exactly. No prescription whatsoever, strictly a diagnosis, because in the medical world, they have to have a diagnosis.
And that would be based upon observation.
Correct.
Okay. See, and that's what's missing, because you basically say that they would be able to, the scope of practice of a licensed independent clinical social worker includes authority to diagnose and develop the treatment plan. So once they develop the plan, I needed to get beyond just them having the educational background. And then I don't know why I thought they could. Well, I guess not. Most of the time that's based, those diagnoses come from the doctors.
That's exactly right. And that cuts out that additional time frame of having, and quite often, you know, a physical trip, having to drive to the doctor. This cuts out that step.
So if someone has psychosis or what have you, bipolar, manic depression, they should be able or skilled enough to be able to make that determination based upon that person's insight. Because typically I handle involuntary committals on a regular basis, and those are some of the things that you have to be able to identify where a person's insight level is, and those are the questions that myself as counsel are serving as an advocate. If I'm an advocate in that case, is typically one of the things that I will ask the clinician.
Sure.
So, is there anything in this bill then that would have a cause for this particular bill, once passed, that they would usurp the diagnosis of the attending physician or a true clinician, if he a psychiatrist or what have you, or therapist or what have you? So their diagnosis would not trump that of?
No.
Okay.
Of a medical professional.
So
a doctor.
The report then, and I guess the diagnosis, just getting the clarity, because this is a very important bill, and people really, I just spoke about mental illness. And so this is if passed, this is a very, very critical piece of legislation that we will be passing because of what goes on a daily basis, and especially dealing with this type of situation on a day-to-day basis. So I guess my only last question would be, and I did not speak with one of my judges that in Jefferson County who actually handles this type of docket. The scope of practice does not include the diagnosis, treatment, and provisions of advice to a client or problem. Okay, that's what I was trying to get to. So they're not diagnosing. They're not diagnosing the problem. Am I correct?
No, they are. That's what
they are diagnosing, and they can help develop a treatment plan.
Right.
Okay. And so, and I guess my question is, they would diagnose and the doctor. I'm still trying to make sure that the clinician is in there.
Well, often they only need a diagnosis and treatment. Often if it's depression, they just need someone to talk to. Now, if it goes further than that and they need a prescription, then they would go to the medical professional doctor.
Or if there is an involuntary committal and they're taken to the hospital, then I just want to make sure we're not cutting out the doctor. And is this for someone?
The doctor makes the ultimate.
And is this for someone who works inside the hospital? Also, is this a social worker that works, for instance, on the psychiatric ward at a hospital? Also?
Anyone that is that highest level, the licensed clinical
just want to get down to it. I'm just trying to break it down and get.
You're doing great. Is this your first time at the well?
It is. I'm still learning. It's called the practice of being in the well.
I'm glad you're asking these questions.
I'm just trying to get I'm just trying to.
No, I appreciate it.
I just try to get clarity because I deal with this on a regular basis.
I understand.
Now, with that being said, young lady, since you've asked, Mr. Speaker, this is her first time. I want this bill read at length. Not only do I want it read at length, I want to call for a Rule 32. Now, is this your first time at the well?
It is.
I withdraw my request, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Leader Stahagen. The fourth person to speak on the BR.
Thank you for recognition, Mr. Speaker. Representative, how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Good. I want to thank you for bringing this bill. In previous years, we've moved the needle substantially on mental health from where we had, and I appreciate your efforts and your involvement in moving that needle even further. Hopefully in the future, we can continue to do legislation just as yours and continue to move it where we need to be because we're playing catch up. But thank you.
Thank you. A lot of good people working on this.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. I'd like to recognize the Gumbo Guff United Metro Business Organization from Baldwin County. The guests of Holt Jones, Givens, Fiddler, Simpson, Baker, Estabrook, and Stranger. Everybody give them a big hand. Thank you for being with us. The question for the body now is passage of the BIR. The clock will unlock the machine and record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 1 nay, 1 abstention. BIR passes. Representative Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage of House Bill 56.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Speaker, for the recognition. I just wanted to commend the lady. You know, not just Alabama, the nation is having a mental health crisis. And the crisis is seems like we have thrown mental health out the window in Alabama. A few years back, we shut down community centers, mental health centers that was housing our community, taking care of its citizens. And we found a lot of those persons on the streets of the city, and they are committing crimes because they'll get locked up, at least they'll get put somewhere. But what really troubles me is that we have outsourced mental health to the Department of Corrections.
We have.
And corrections are not qualified for mental health inmates, but this is going to help somebody. I hope some of those persons who are struggling, who are having trouble trying to manage themselves and make it in this mean old world that we're living in.
Exactly.
So to have them to come before professional people for communicating, and that way sometimes just having an ear to hear and listen to a person. In my counseling days, I found out that 90% of the person's problems is nobody's listening.
Exactly.
And you resolve that when you just take time to have an ear. They found out that they've resolved their own issue because they talked to somebody.
Right.
So I commend you for bringing this bill, and I'm supporting it. And I do hope that we could get into our correction centers and get those mental health inmates some help.
Exactly.
That is the main issue in this state. When corrections can't correct their own problem, then they're gonna have mental health over there trying to fix mental health problems. So that's wagging the dog. Instead of letting the dog wagging the tail, we wagging the dog. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for your support.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Winston, Representative Wadsworth.
May the lady yield.
Yes.
This Hope Jones, as far as this bill, clinical workers generally, I think they diagnose and treat for mental health issues and all that, but that's not allowed in Alabama. Is that right?
Correct. They are not allowed. The highest level of certification, the highest level of social worker is currently not allowed to diagnose.
Okay. And what this bill does, it allows them to diagnose and I guess treat also or submit a plan for that.
That is correct.
Okay. I appreciate you bringing the bill. And the reason is I live in a rural area. Being in a rural area, we have very limited resources. We have people that have to come in from out of county maybe 1 day a month or 2 days a month to treat folks and to diagnose. But this will allow some of the folks in our rural areas actually to get help quicker, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. It's quicker and the utilization of telehealth.
Okay, and as far as fees, do they charge a fee for this type of work, or is it just part of the services?
It's part of the service of the medical provider.
And will it come through DHR? This the use of the social worker.
They have reviewed this bill and are supportive.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thanks for bringing it because I think it'll help rural areas.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, will you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Since we're the last state, you say, that are allowing these social workers to do diagnosis?
Yes, ma'am.
So they've had how many hours of clinical training for clinical diagnosis?
They've had 3,000 hours of training. And they
to
have
be able to diagnose.
To be able to diagnose. They've passed a national exam, and they have a master's or a PhD degree.
Degree in there?
Yes, ma'am. In social work.
In social work, I'm talking about in being able to do the diagnosing of the cases that you're saying that we will allow them to diagnose. Is that covered in the 3,000 hours of training that they have?
That is once they get to that level, before they are classified, the licensed clinical social worker, they have already completed their 3,000 hours.
Of clinical diagnosing.
Of clinical training, yes, ma'am.
To diagnose. Because I don't know if that's all factual. That in their training, they went through a period where they would actually do the diagnosing themselves. Wouldn't they be with the doctor to do that?
Not necessarily. This is all part of the social worker training that they go through that is provided on the certification through their professional development.
I don't think that's all the way accurate, but because I've known too many social workers, and I know we passed a couple bills to be able to allow to have more social workers, especially in our schools, because we need them, you know, real bad in our schools, especially. And the earlier we can get them in there to help us at the earliest grade level to start working with our young people so that we can address a lot of their clinical needs. Because by the time we get to them, they are sometimes in middle school or above before we can really see the problem. And then we have a more difficult time in at least getting them stable or where, you know, they could become productive citizens. But still to finalize what they're doing when they do a diagnosis, does it still have to be signed off by a doctor?
Not for the counseling that they will be doing.
So they are doing mostly counseling.
They are. If they need prescription, that would be handled by the doctor.
But counseling and actually diagnosing a condition are two different things.
Well, the counseling is part of their social work that they're.
But counseling and diagnosing a condition is two different things.
Well, all part of the social worker that is developed by their association, and it's being used in the other states.
Is that what they're doing in the other states?
Yes, ma'am.
Exactly what you're saying here?
Yes, ma'am.
So then we got some people that are deficient out there doing clinical diagnosing. Because you can counsel a person, but to actually go into the diagnosing takes a little more in-depth study of that person before you can come up with a diagnosis to say this person is this, whatever, in the medical field.
Their 3,000 hours includes the 2 years that, and I believe it's the level 3, they've actually worked under other professionals.
Doctors.
In the social worker world.
But not doctors.
No, ma'am, it's not my understanding.
See, I think that's where the problem is. And I think that we need to probably look closer at the other states, because if that social worker comes in and diagnose a person with a mental disorder, and they've never had that opportunity, and they won't get it necessarily through basic counseling, versus me looking more in depth at that person's situation to come up with a diagnosis for treatment. Because that's what we're going to look to do once we've diagnosed the condition. We're going to look for some type of treatment plan. So will they be able to do that?
It is part of the plan that they are trained to do as a social worker. So they come up with that plan. If a prescription's needed, they go to the doctor. But as far as the social worker, they are already trained.
People?
For diagnosis.
And you feel comfortable with that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And I know this body feel comfortable because they're comfortable with everything. You know, we don't know how bad it is until we get to court cases. And no matter how you try to explain that, we missed the mark so many times trying to simplify different processes and different professions in order for us to get more people out in the field. We do need them.
We do.
But I do think they need to have the appropriate training. If you getting in what you could damage a person for life, if you haven't had the proper training to actually diagnose a condition versus counseling somebody, and that person doesn't have that condition, but they've already been marked. And I would like to have seen more information on what the other states, since we're the last one, which we're the last in a lot of things, but you know, we don't mind being last. We last in education, we last in healthcare, but that's okay. But now we want to, everybody's got a mental condition. And I'm here to tell you that what some of us might call a mental condition is not. And if we are not properly trained to diagnose people, we could hurt people. Then we could misdiagnose people with a condition that they actually have, and we've called it something else. But I certainly would like to have seen more to your bill than what you got, so that I would feel comfortable, having worked in the medical field for a long time and for years had to deal with mental illness at the VA hospital. So, you know, I think it needs more than what you're saying, and I would like for them to have done some type of training with the psychiatrist before you transition from being a social worker to being able to diagnose people mental illness. I think I can't put my finger on it because I don't know what detail, but I will look it up to see what other states have done. But I think we could do some people some harm if we go through, which I know we will, because we don't really, it appears as though we really don't care about the facts and the different criteria that's really needed. We just try to accomplish a goal to say that we did accomplish the goal. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. The chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond. While Representative Drummond's making her way down, I would like to recognize Macy Lawson with the Pisgah Junior Leadership here on behalf of Mike Kirkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the young lady yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Hope Jones, I wanted to just stand here and say that I like your bill, and for my seatmate, she also likes your bill. But, you know, I want this body to stop today, because we've got to start doing policies as it relates to mental illness and mental health, especially with our young people. This is very raw to me today.
Yes, ma'am.
I lost a 27-year-old great nephew on Easter evening who committed suicide. And it points, as a policymaker, I read your bill and I'm sitting over there, and I was not going to say anything, but I can't. We've got to look at policies, especially in this area, and we've got to wake up and see that this affects real people. We sometimes always just look at parties. We've got to start looking at people. And I stand here today because it's raw for me right now. My family's going through a whole lot, because we see a young man whose light was very bright to us and who had nothing but the stars in his future. And he's gone today. And we, as family members, none of us saw that that light was being put out. And so to know that, though he was a veteran, and to know that there are those who came in contact with him, they didn't see the light either being shone. So I thank you for this bill. And the more that this body can do and stop looking at mental illness as a taboo. I know in my community, in my family, we've always thought that mental illness was something that we need to shun. It is no different than any other devastating disease, especially among our young people. So I applaud you, and I thank you.
Thank you. It won't be the last time we talk about it.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body is final passage of HB 56. Clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. All the members voted. All the members voted. 104 yes, 1 nay. HB 56 is passed. That's our first bill. Let's give her a big hand.
Thank you.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 8 of the calendar, House Bill number 79 by Representative Rigsby relating to the Board of Pharmacy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Members, this afternoon I bring to you House Bill 79. This is an agency bill brought on behalf of the Alabama Board of Pharmacy. In 2013, the federal government passed the Drug Supply Chain Security Act, which is essentially a act that addresses the prescriptive chain of authority of where a drug comes from. It was designed to keep fake drugs or false drugs out of our supply chain. As one of those requirements, each facility, distributor or wholesaler, is required to have a representative that can be contacted about issues related to the Supply Chain Security Act. So this bill will allow the Board of Pharmacy to license that individual, background check them so we know who to contact at these different wholesalers and suppliers to make sure we know who that person is. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll entertain questions and ask for the passing of the BIR.
That is the questions, the passing of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock machines, record the votes. 104 yeses, 0 nays. BR has passed. Representative Rigsby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I ask for final passage of HB 79.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
I'm not against your bill. It's just that we putting this in all bills now. We had minority clause. We're now putting in the prevailing ethnic. Make sure the bill includes the prevailing ethnic minority. We're not putting it. I'm gonna try to address it through the council. The legislative council. We're going to address it, but you have a minority clause in the bill, right?
I have a minority what in the bill?
Clause in the bill.
I don't believe there's a minority clause in this bill.
Why not?
Because I don't think it pertains to that bill. This is not for the board. This is actually licensing an individual pharmacist that works for these different companies. So the board doesn't have any say-so on who that company hires or doesn't hire.
It had to do with the board at all, right? You just license.
Yeah, the only thing this allows is the Board of Pharmacy to license that individual pharmacist in that wholesaler or distributor that's been assigned to represent this specific federal act.
Okay, well, we'll address that through the legislative council anyway, another way, but we'll change all the minority language to the prevailing ethnic minority. I just want to bring that up. So if it doesn't involve that, it's okay. I'm fine with that.
It wouldn't involve that in this legislation.
I just want to remind everybody we change all that easy minority language. We'll be changing all the bills. We're working through the legislative council to do it, okay?
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 79. Clerk will unlock machines and members will vote.
Mr. Speaker, I've been asked for co-sponsors, so
No. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. House Bill 79 has passed. That's Representative Rigsby's first bill. Let's give him a big hand.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Mr. Speaker, I have been asked to open this bill for co-sponsors.
He's asked to open the bill up for co-sponsors. Clerk unlock the machine. Anyone wants to co-sponsor and vote. Clerk will lock the machine. 39 co-sponsors, 2 abstentions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 20 of the calendar, House Bill number 112 by Representative Crawford relating to meeting days of boards of registrars.
Chairman Crawford.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This
This bill increases the days for Limestone County Board of Registrars to 5 days a week. I'll ask for the BR.
That is a question for the body. Clerk will unlock machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock machines, record the votes. 97 ayes, 0 nays, 7 abstentions. The BR passed. Chairman Crawford.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage.
That is a question is final passage of HB 112. Clerk will unlock machines and members will vote. All the members voted. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 99 ayes, 0 nays, 6 abstentions. HB 112 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members of the body.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 8 of the calendar, House Bill number 51 by Representative Ellis relating to public contracts.
Chairman Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Members, House Bill 51, among other things, the main thing it does, it increases the threshold for competitive bid from 15,000 to 30,000. It also has provisions in of what to do if there's no bids and in cases of emergencies. Mr. Speaker, there's no questions. I call for the BIR.
That is the questions of BIR. Clerk will unlock machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 104 ayes, 0 nays. The BR passes. Chairman Ellis.
Thank you. If there's no further question, I call for final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition.
Thank you.
Okay. Will the gentleman yield?
I will for you, sir.
You're a kind gentleman and a scholar. I really appreciate that. Now, you said this, and I think, didn't we have this in our, was I on? No, I wasn't in this one on you. It was the other ones that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was some of the other exceptionally good bills that I've been carrying.
I know that's all you carry then, okay?
Right.
All right. Now, what is this doing? Tell me, is raising the...
So the main thing it does is it raises the threshold where you have to get competitive bids from 15,000 to 30,000. Excuse me. It also codifies the purchases of goods and services between governmental entities. The Attorney General has long since said that was fine, but it codifies it into law. It also codifies into law the same practice of using the state bid list. It also, in case of emergency, water heater, whatever, explodes, something like that, it does not require you to do a competitive bid. Obviously, there's a sense of urgency there, and so you don't have to get competitive bid. You do have to get at least 2 quotes and justify why you're doing it through a resolution of your city council or something.
Okay, and you know, I don't really have any problems with the bill, but I do have problems oftentimes with the application and the spirit of the bill, you know, because there are too many times that there are companies that could actually bid on some of these things, but they never have the opportunity because, I hate to say it this way, but my friend right down the street who's in this agency or in this company, I'm going to call him rather than diversifying who I call. So that's my concern, and if you can address it with
the people that will be dealing with this, I would appreciate it. They told me not to bother you because this may be the only one you passed this year.
It might be.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
So what you do, you lower the threshold, right? You lower the threshold for a competitive bid, right?
Actually raising the threshold from 15,000. Now anything over 15,000, you have to get a competitive bid on. So now that threshold is going to be 15,000 just because of inflationary reasons.
All right. I remember we were discussing it earlier, but we were trying to get more minority, more racially ethnic people in the bid process. When I was working with the Department of Transit, what your bill actually does, in other words, you don't have to get a competitive bid for a certain dollar now, right?
Correct.
So it means,
which is that's the way the law is now. It's 15,000 unless you don't have to get a competitive bid.
Right.
Raise it to 30 just simply because you can't get much done at 15,000 anymore.
well, you know, it's $30,000 to some folks is a lot of money.
Right. Well, it is to me.
To a poor man like me, $30,000, I'd be broke.
Yeah.
So I'm asking. So, in other words, you're saying, if my friend Tillman over there has a construction company, and he can bid on anything, he don't have to bid if the job is $30,000 or less. He doesn't have to do a competitive bid.
You don't have to do a bid.
He can be just awarded the contract.
Yes, sir.
Well, now, what's going to bother me on that is I'm going to got to make sure that we make sure that people of ethnic color get their fair share. Because if you get able to just award a bid to somebody, nine times out of 10, we get left out. I mean, if right now the Department of Transportation could just go ahead and give a bid out to John Doe or Robert Smith, whatever you want to call him, for $30,000. And this is why I got to make sure those minority clauses in those bills are very important. Because if they can just hand the contract out to somebody, more than likely Tillman's co-partner won't get none of the money. He won't get a chance because he can't bid on it because it's given out anyway. So I want to take it. I understand what you're trying to do, but this is why it's so important, Mr. Speaker, that we revisit that issue. Because more than likely, if I can just get a contract out, people of a certain ilk might not even get a contract. It's given to their friends. So that's what frightens me about this bill. The Democratic caucus, we working on that, but I'm looking at Rolanda Holly right now. She knows her husband is in the business. But if you just willingly to give out a contract for $30,000, you more than likely going to give it to somebody you know or your friend. And that leaves out the small person from getting a chance to get a contract. This is why it's so important we change the minority language. You understand what I'm saying, don't you?
Right.
I mean, I'm not here to filibuster and try to talk against your bill, because sometimes you're in a hurry, you got to go ahead and give a contract. I just want to make sure that when they're giving out, they're not giving to my friend, to my friend, my uncle, my brother, or something like that. That's what happens. You don't have a bid. My uncle, my brother, my cousin, a third cousin, get the bid. But I'm gonna let it go because I know it's $30,000. But this is why it's so important that I get this language put in, Mr. Speaker. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm trying to remind you of. Okay. I want to make sure we get a fair shot at some of those contracts.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to ask the gentleman a couple questions, if you'll yield.
Yes, sir.
Why do we need to up the threshold?
Again, it's inflationary. 15,000 could get a lot done years ago, and now you can't get much done.
15 is
you
dropping the bucket.
Right. It's a lot of money. Like Representative Rogers said, it's a lot of money, but you can't get things done. So it'll give the cities and counties the flexibility to get things done faster and not have to
delay projects to get things done.
Okay, under the emergency situation, what are the dollar? I don't have the bill before me. What are the dollars amount on the emergency situation and before this bill is brought forth?
I'm not sure if there's a dollar amount. I do know that in an emergency situation, they have to document at least 2 price quotes on whatever it is that they're doing. Then they have to adopt a resolution declaring the nature of the circumstances and the action that was taken and why they took that action. So
we don't have that in law now.
I don't think so. I don't think so. And the department examiners have reviewed the bill and they're comfortable with that language as well. They'll be examining that.
Good, I understand that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, and at least you getting 2 quotes.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Chair, thanks the gentleman. Question for the body is final passage of HB 51. If you're in favor, vote aye. Opposed, vote no. Clerk will unlock machine. Record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 105 ayes, 0 nays. The bills give a favorable report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 25 of the calendar, House Bill number 161 by Representative Faulkner relating to the Insurance Department.
Members, this is just modifying a requirement of making notices in papers of general circulation and putting it on the Insurance Department's website for the Insurance Department. And I'm not aware of any opposition, and I'd ask for the BIR.
That is questions of BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. Record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 105 ayes, 0 nays. BIR passed. Representative Faulkner.
Mr. Speaker, with that, I'd move for final passage.
That's the questions. Final passage of HB 161. If you're in favor, vote aye. Opposed, vote no. Clerk will unlock the machine. Record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. HB 161 has passed. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 24 of the calendar, House Bill number 158 by Representative Faulkner relating to civil liability.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Members, this bill you've probably heard a lot about. There is a lot of interest in this bill from all across the state, in our insurance industry and in our retail and bars and restaurants, about revising our liquor liability laws. So I will be very brief and assume that most of y'all have heard all about this bill and it's agreed upon. So with that, I move for the BIR.
Question for the body is a BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine. Record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. BIR is passed. Representative Faulkner.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to move to substitute Senate Bill, the identical Senate Bill 104 for House Bill 158. Senate Bill 104 for HB 158.
Thank you, Representative Faulkner. Give the clerk just a second. Okay, clerk call the Senate bill.
On page 25 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 104 by Senator Elliott relating to alcoholic beverages.
Members, same bill, identical. I'd like to move for the BIR on SB 104.
That's the question for the body is adoption of the SB 104. Clerk will unlock machines. The members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR has passed. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Mayor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I was fine with the House bill, and but I want you to explain to me the Senate bill.
Senate bill is the same as the House bill, identical, just revising our liquor liability law and allowing our bars and restaurants to be able to get the coverage they need. Currently, we're sort of in an insurance crisis right now with our bars and restaurants being unavailable
Who's
to get
liable under the bill? Who's liable?
the liability.
Yeah.
So bars and restaurants, that anybody that sells alcohol,
Okay.
retail alcohol. Yes, sir.
This the bartender bill?
I think you could say that. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. So actually, what you're doing is this is Senate version of the same bill.
That's right. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I won't ask any more about that, but
All right, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Cavan.
No, I thought I saw something up. I got to get my glasses, get my new glasses. Did we just not vote on an alcohol bill?
This is the bill that relates to liquor liability.
Okay, let's talk about that. Because I saw alcohol, relating to alcohol. I saw something. Let me get clarity on this. Tell me what this bill does.
So it is revising our dram shop law so that our bars and restaurants, anybody that sells alcohol will be able to get good insurance coverage. Because right now we only have three carriers, excuse me. Thank you, Representative Bracey, that are writing coverage in this state. And it costs a lot of money to get just a minimal amount, the minimum required coverage.
And who are the three?
I do not know.
You know it's three and you don't know who they are?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. I'm not, anyway. Okay, so this bill would, once enacted, would do what?
It would tighten up the standards for liability to hold a bar or restaurant liable, because right now it's a form of strict liability for a bar and restaurant. So this would change it so that it would be tighten that up of the burdens you have to meet to prove that. And it's been agreed upon by, all interested
Some type of
parties.
immunity bill. Could this be defined as some degree of an immunity bill or something?
No immunity.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Right.
Something you just said struck a nerve. And I know you've brought several immunity bills through the years that have given me great pause over the years. Okay, I just need to get the clarity because, I know we're saying vote, 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 vote. and not to get to a point, and I definitely want to get to the next bill, but I definitely want to make sure that certain bills that we're not just rushing through, because there are consequences with regards to these bills.
Thank you, Representative Grant.
Question for the body is final passage of SB 104. Clerk will unlock the machines. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machines, record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. SB 104 has passed. Representative Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I would move to indefinitely postpone HB 158.
That is the question. All in favor of indefinitely postponing HB 158, say aye. Any opposed? The bill has been postponed indefinitely.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 29 of the calendar, House Bill number 144 by Representative Hill, relating to the courts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we use interpreters in the court system. What this bill does is give individuals the opportunity to be certified. The cost to be certified is about $1,000. It's paid to AOC, and it's utilized to grade the test and formulate the list. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for the BIR.
That is question, the BIR. If you're in favor of the BIR, vote aye. Opposed, vote no. Clerk will unlock the machine, record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. BIR is passed. Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate it. I'd ask for final passage.
That is question, is final passage of HB 144. Clerk will unlock machines, and members will vote.
I figure if I got the BIR that heavy, I was going to get it passed.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. HB 144 has passed. Clerk, call bill, next bill.
On page 4 of the calendar, House Bill number 29 by Representative Treadaway, relating to motor vehicles.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill has been referred to as the exhibition driving bill. There's been several incidents across the state of Alabama where we've lost life at these type of incidents where folks are either doing burnouts, donuts. What this bill does, it makes it a criminal offense now. So before it was reckless driving. We took a lot of that language. We moved it over into, we define what donuts are, burnouts, racing, defined it and put it in, moved it over into the criminal part where these situations can be, folks can be arrested and vehicles can be seized. And with that, if there's no questions, I ask for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Van.
Representative Treadaway, first of all, I rise to thank you for bringing this piece of legislation. But I also rise today to thank you for your level of support and cooperation in working with me. It just so happened that Representative Treadaway and I both did not know that we were both working on pretty much almost the same bill around the same time. And upon doing so, we made an agreement that we would work together and reach a compromise on the legislation. All could be verified through legislative services. And in doing so, there's also, in what you all passed out last week, HB 107 was actually a local bill that dealt with the civil forfeiture side. And so he and I working along with legislative services as well as some former law enforcement who have actually served in this body to give real meat to this issue, reached the compromise, and he actually carried the criminal version and I carried the civil forfeiture version because of what they basically will do for Jefferson County, but also for a state as a whole. But what Representative Treadaway did not tell you all is there's already been a loss of life in Jefferson County, that it is impacting business in Jefferson County, the livelihood of individuals throughout the city of Birmingham and Jefferson County, but not just in our areas, in other areas as well. And it has become a health hazard and basically a death warrant to young people in and around and throughout the state of Alabama who refuse to respect law enforcement and the rule of law. And it's very unfortunate that we are even here today to have to bring this type of legislation, but it is so needed. And again, I want to thank you for your efforts, for your diligence in working through these issues to better define much of the wording and bringing it in alignment. And if you would, I know you have an amendment, and I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if it would be, do I need to wait? I guess, can you talk about it? But you have a sub.
And then amendment, yes.
But if you would just share a little bit about the legislation, or you want to wait until you get into the sub?
Let's get the BR first. Then.
Just the BR?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then I can ask.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. But again, I just wanted to take this opportunity, Representative Treadaway, and to commend you on your leadership in this effort and working with me. We went to a town hall meeting. It wasn't my town hall meeting. I know you were requested to come, and you and I agreed I would go. But it was the thing about that meeting, and I just wanted to share this with the body. It was the first time at a meeting where the folks basically stood up and said they thought this bill and my bill was not tough enough. You got some of the comments back. Other legislators received calls because they're fed up. We have little old ladies that are out in the street. They're scared to drive to go get bread. Not only that, our CEO of the BJCC came to the meeting. It's impacting business and tourism in the city of Birmingham. I finally had a chance to see the videos of these individuals when they're doing this. And most importantly, not only just looking at the videos, the neighborhoods have said they can't sleep at night because the noise is so loud. But also just to bill a few bills ahead of time, this is not something that law enforcement should have to be forced to have to even deal with. So I know, again, my bill only deals with the civil forfeiture of it, where there will be an impoundment by 10 days and then a 20-day for the second and a 30 for the third. But I really wanted to explain to the body why that came about. It's not me trying to usurp a bill or anything. This was just a compromise that was reached. And I appreciate you for even last week trying to help me get that bill out and as a companion to this one.
Yeah. Well, you know, like I told you before, I believe they complement each other. Yours deals with the civil side. And I think that most local delegations might want to look at that and adopt that also, because there's a lot of situations like in Jefferson County, many departments do not chase. And that's where a bill like yours, they get the tag number of the car. They got a policy not chasing, putting the public in danger. I can adopt that, and we'll show up at some point when you go to civil court and seize that vehicle. And that's going to be key. So I do believe they complement each other, and I appreciate you working with me, because it's at times have been very difficult in the past.
And it is a difficult process, but this bill in its current state, before we get to, just tell me the criminal penalties that is associated with the bill. Just refresh my recollection, please.
All right, so the first offense is a Class C misdemeanor, and it falls under the punishment, which is under the Class C, which I believe is up to 6 months. Any Class C misdemeanor in the state. Second offense moves to a Class A, which is up to a year, and I think the fine can go up to $9,000. And if there's property damage, we're talking, a Class C felony. And if you end up killing somebody with this type of activity, it's going to rise up to a Class B felony.
And as I noted, in Birmingham, we've already seen the loss of life. And it's very fortunate I've gotten calls from many of members in here who've watched the news, who've seen the news, who've said this is out of control. And again, I appreciate your efforts. And hopefully we can, get both of the pieces of legislation out to strengthen the bills again, because we have to arm and equip law enforcement with what they need. Before I even filed my bill in, I spoke with the Sheriff's Department and other law enforcement, and they thought that it was, as a matter of fact, it was recommended that we do the two bills. the way we did them. And again, just being able to reach a compromise without me trying to drop in a bill, although I did work on mine first. You know, I have to make my shameless plug. But I
don't agree with that. But
well, you know, it's on record in legislative services. But no, but I just again appreciate you for your for your efforts, and hopefully we can get this out. But I do want to ask you a question on the sub. So let me step out the way so you can get the sub adopted. Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Chambers, Representative Wood.
Will the gentleman yield?
Of course.
I will be very quick. I appreciate your commitment to safety. You know, this morning we were sharing a little bit about our grandchildren, and it's amazing to me when you put those children in your car, how you notice everything that's going on around you. And you want safe streets. You want to be sure that you're protecting them. And I appreciate this bill. I think that it's needed. I've seen the road races in my own community during the day and at night. They just do it. A lot of kids love to figure out who can go the fastest and get away with it. So I appreciate your bill. I appreciate your commitment to safety.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend my chairman for thinking about us. I had a young man that lost his life speed driving at night, you know, and it troubles us. But your bill will help curtail, maybe they know they're going to lose their vehicle. But I'm talking about the lives that be lost. My colleague just spoke about safety, and I'm going to say this, I'm going to go to my seat. Now, I want you to have the same love when you take these fast cars and off the streets. Have that same desire to want to take all these weapons of war off the street. See, they're killing more people than these cars. You see, and we can do one thing successfully. And we can work together and get these things done. I mean, people walking in with the AR-15s, killing people in banks and everywhere, schools, churches. So, and we don't even try to move anything to help to eliminate that. But all these other stuff, I understand. I'm not filibustering. Good bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Calhoun, Representative Robertson.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentlemen, do you yield?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to commend you on this bill and making everything safer. I've experienced this, seeing different things happen at different places on the road, dangerous drivers, that there's no repercussion. I appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question now is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The BR passes. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. I have a substitute, Mr. Speaker. And explain the substitute at this point.
Explain substitute.
Okay. What it did was, at the time, there was some concern about the cost at the county jail. So the County Commission Association came to me. We added some language in here, and it basically says any contracts in place between any arresting municipality and the county for the housing and medical care costs of the individuals housed in the county jail shall apply to an arrest made by a municipality resulting in a misdemeanor charge under this act. If no contract is in place, the arresting municipality shall reimburse the county for the housing and medical care costs of the incarceration. And I didn't know there's some departments in the state of Alabama do not have their own jail, and they have a contract, they house them in the county jail, and this simply is saying, you know, who's responsible for their inmate. That's it. Move I've got amendments. Also have amendments.
Okay, the question for the body, adopting the committee substitute. Clerk will unlock the machine, record the votes. Clerk will lock the machines, record the votes, 102 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. Substitutes adopted. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I have amendment that I'd like to explain. It's pretty lengthy, but it's all agreed upon.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 29 by Representative Treadaway.
All right, if you'll follow with me, this first one, first two was actually, the DA came to me and aligned the bill up where it needs to be in the Title 13A. So the first amendment is replace line 18 on page 1 with the following. Section 1, Article 14, commencing with Section 13A-11-300 is added to Chapter 11 of Title 13A of the Code of Alabama 1975 to read as follows. And then Article 14, Section 13A 11-300A, as used in this section, the following. And that was the DA's Association brought that to me to line the bill up with current law. The second one is replace line 63, also brought by the DA's. Page 72, line 3. Replace line 63 through 72 on page 3 with the following. C, a person convicted of violating subsection B for the first violation shall be guilty of a Class C misdemeanor, and for the second or subsequent violation shall be guilty of a Class B misdemeanor. In addition, the court may prohibit the, and that was added. There were some punishments I had in there, and that just lines it up with the punishment, which is in the misdemeanor current law, what the punishment is for a Class C misdemeanor or Class B misdemeanor. Also, replace line, this was from the county commissioners and the League of Municipalities. They kind of got together on that whole cost that I talked about with housing the inmates, and they've agreed to this language. So replace line 95 on page 4 with the following. Municipality and the county for the actual housing, and same with the League of Municipalities. The other one is replace line 100 on page 4 with the following. For the actual housing cost of the incarceration of. The credit unions had an issue. This bill came out of the Senate, by the way, with all of these amendments on it and this credit union amendment, but there was a mistake. They had 15 days. So what they wanted was replace line 125 on page 5 with the following. Liens by official service of process at least 30 days prior to. So it took it from 15 and moved it to giving them 30 days. Replace line 126 on page 5 with the following. Any sale of or other proceedings, an owner of the motor vehicle seized or impounded under this subdivision may contest the propriety of the seizure, continued impoundment associated with fines and fees according to the procedures in section 20-2-93-1 of the Alabama Rules of Criminal Procedure. That is the forfeiture. It gives an owner that wasn't in the car, it gives them due process and how to go to court and get that vehicle back. Last one is replace line 30. It's from the DA's with the following. Forfeited pursuant to the procedures in section, when it talks about the forfeiture, current law. With that, Mr. Speaker, if there's any questions.
You've heard the explanation of the amendment. The chair recognizes the lady from Calhoun, Dr. Boyd.
Oh, wait, I thought it was.
Thank you. Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Do you yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. How many amendments did you have to this? Why not a substitute? I'm just trying to follow you, and that's impossible, especially for all the other people with all that tied together. So normally I would think it would be that you would have brought a substitute.
Well, to answer that question, the bill was pre-filed and it came out of committee. And then I was approached after the bill came out of committee with the substitute by the League of Municipalities, the District Attorneys Association, to correct some language that they actually had some heartburn with. With the DAs was to actually line the bill up with current criminal law. So there's no substantive changes other than lining the bill up with current law as far as the first three that I ran off. And then the municipalities and the county commissioner had issues about the cost of the incarceration. I didn't know there's some departments in the state that don't have their don't have a jail. So they house their inmates at the county. And most of the time, if not 90-some% of the time, they have a contract in place. So what those amendments did was just get the understanding of who's responsible for the cost. And that's what that language was. So if a municipality doesn't have their own jail and they don't have a contract in place that spells that out, then they owe the county where they house the inmate, house the individual arrested, they owe them for the cost of that incarceration. And that's all that did. It straightened it up. I know it sounds complicated, but most of that was from the municipalities and the county commission association, and they've gotten together, and this is language they agreed on, and I agree on. I did not know that there was some departments can fall through the cracks and not have a contract in place where a mayor gets elected, he moves in new people, the contract is coming up to expire, as it was explained to me, and then there's a lapse. And so this language basically addressed that cost and that liability. So, and they've agreed upon that.
I thought one of the rule changes, and I'm on the committee, and this might be, is that you make all these changes in committee. Am I wrong?
Encouraged, yes, ma'am. And again, I pre-filed the bill. It sit out there for a month, went to committee, and nobody raised any issues except the one part, and came back, and the issues came up after it cleared committee. And I had no knowledge that there was some language that needed to be, or some moving some of this into current law. So, you know, it is what it is. I tried. I would have loved to have finished it in committee. I didn't have that opportunity, so I worked with all parties involved, and these are all agreed upon amendments. And I think I've learned from it too. And but we're here on the floor, and it was encouraged to do as much as we can in committee. Didn't happen with this bill.
I hear you, and I appreciate that, but I don't feel comfortable with all of that. I really don't know, just for me, on what I'm voting on with all of those added to. And at the end, I came with a positive note. But I remember in your committee, I was not allowed to even get my bill sometime up, and it was passed on to two other representatives who passed it without even me signing. So it's kind of hard for me today to look at you, sir, and to say, I hope I will get a different type of courtesy if I come to your committee to have a bill and get it amended. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you, Mr.
Chair, thanks, a lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Daniels.
Yeah, this has been a long night. People want to eat.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I certainly don't want to stand between these members and receptions tonight, but I do want to ask a few questions.
Okay.
So this particular bill is the criminal piece?
Correct.
And so the bill that we passed last week was more as a local bill.
Had a civil application on a local level.
So with the civil application and this particular bill, so one incident you get from a county perspective, it's taking the vehicle, and this one is a criminal penalty in addition to taking the vehicle?
You know, I don't know if it's an additional too, but they both complement each other, like I explained before.
But this
City of Birmingham has a policy not to pursue when they take off from there, right?
Okay.
If somebody, a traffic enforcement, parking enforcement officer, or a law enforcement officer gets a tag, can attest to that vehicle was doing those donuts, then the civil side kicks in and you can go seize that vehicle that way.
Okay.
And that's going to be powerful because most of these folks know the pursuit policy of most of these departments. We're not going to put the public in danger, so we don't chase them. They know it. As soon as they show up, they take off. And that's where that civil portion will kick in. On the criminal side, if we apprehend you, we stop you, you're going to be arrested. We're going to seize your vehicle. And when you go to court, you're found guilty, you can lose your license and you're going to be found guilty of one of the misdemeanors that I outlined in the bill.
So if the vehicle belongs to a parent or something, so that vehicle would also apply on the civil side. So you'll take someone else's vehicle that was driven by a minor or some young person.
But there's also a process there for due process to get the vehicle back and make that case, which is spelled out in state law.
Is there a time period? Is there a time period for that?
I don't have that bill in front of me, but
And the reason I'm asking these questions is because I just want to make certain that as a parent that may be innocent or uncle or aunt or someone like that, gives them an opportunity to understand the process and very, so that it doesn't get to that point to where their vehicle that was utilized by someone that chose to do something in addition to going to, say, we want you to go to the grocery store and pick up something. But in the midst of doing so, you decide to engage in those type of actions.
Right.
And so a person that's unknowingly was unaware that this person is going to engage in that type of activity in their vehicle, I just want to make certain that there's a process for them, that it's clearly articulated so that it helps them in the midst of all of this, but also educating the public on why, on the consequences of it.
Right. It's in the bill.
Okay. And so will the vehicle component where the civil piece for Jefferson, would this not be the case in other counties? It will only be Jefferson?
That's correct. The civil portion is a local bill. It affects Jefferson County only.
Okay.
This is a statewide general bill.
Okay. And so if you could kind of walk me through this process of what's identified as exhibition driving, because I'm not that familiar with, I saw a video online, that's the extent of it. And I saw one of the representatives interview about this situation so if you can walk me through that, and maybe I didn't hear you.
Well, the bill here defines what a motor vehicle speed contest is, defines that. If you want me to read it, I will. It defines what a motor vehicle exhibition of speed is. It defines.
Can you enlighten me? I got about 5 more minutes.
Sure, if you'd like. Would you like a copy of the bill?
I'll turn the light on
Motor
again.
vehicle sideshow, an event in which one or more persons perform motor vehicle stunts, including burnouts, donuts, motor vehicle speed contest, motor vehicle exhibition of speed, or reckless driving for spectators. And motor vehicle speed contest, the operation of 2 or more vehicles at accelerated speeds from a starting point to an ending point in a competitive attempt to outdistance each other, or the operation of 1 or more vehicles over a common selective course from a starting point to an ending point for the purpose of comparing the relative speed and power and acceleration of such vehicle, or vehicles within a certain distance and time limit. The term includes drag racing, of course.
Okay, drag racing, I hear that.
And so that's the definitions. Motor vehicle burnout, the intentional and unnecessary operation of a motor vehicle in a manner that causes the vehicle to move in a zigzag or circular course, or to gyrate or spin around. The term does not include maneuvering to otherwise lawfully operate vehicles when necessary to avoid a collision, injury, or damage. So it clearly spells out the behavior, what we're seeing that we used to not see, that really doesn't fall under reckless driving anymore. By spelling this out and defining what the penalties are, where you don't in a reckless driving, you got a mandatory court date, can't make an arrest. I think everybody would agree this behavior is putting too many lives in danger. Too many lives have been lost. Just a couple of weeks ago, one of these spin outs hit a crowd in Birmingham, and 14 went to the hospital for critical. Thank God we didn't lose nobody. 14 went to the hospital on that, what I just described to you. So we had to have something to address this. That's what this bill does. Instead of a ticket, which is not affecting anybody anymore, we've got a situation where we can seize that vehicle. We can suspend your license if the judge feels that your behavior that evening in court is determined. He can seize the vehicle and send you to jail for a few days to get your attention. And I think that's what's necessary here. We spent a lot of time on this bill about how to address this behavior. And I think we've talked about this. As you know, the mayor of Birmingham actually called me after a 14-year-old was killed at one of these incidents on a Sunday, twice. Very emotional about what had just happened. The top 10 mayors in Alabama have endorsed this bill, and the exact bill came out.
I wouldn't say they're the top 10 mayors of Birmingham, I mean, of Alabama. I don't think we could actually say that anybody is a top 10 mayor just because they're in the largest city. So I think we need to specify that because I know some really good mayors that are in small towns.
So Big Ten, the Big Ten endorsed it, and I'm proud of that. The Big Ten mayors of the top populated cities, and the reason they did that, it's not because of me or this. They did it because of this is happening all over the state.
Yeah, I noticed that group of mayors that you referenced is having something this week, a breakfast or something at 7 o'clock, and they don't know that we don't wake up at 7 o'clock on a Wednesday morning.
I heard it was
so it better be good, the food and the conversation. So I understand what your point, but I guess I've not heard from the mayor of my town mention any of this at all, and so I'm very surprised when we had our legislative priorities meeting with him, and he didn't mention any of this about this situation and other situations that are floating out there. And so we just got to verify that the mayors of the 10 largest cities in Alabama are in fact unified on these issues that you hear discussed loosely.
Well, they'll be here for breakfast in the morning.
I will say to those mayors, even if they're listening today, that if you have a priority, you need to address that with your local delegation and group them in your local delegation, because doing a press release is not going to move me or anyone else in this chamber.
I'm just letting you know that the top 10.
I'm letting you know, and I know they have
top
folks that
10
represent
mayors
them out there
endorsed the bill
listening right now.
I know, but I'm just letting you know the top 10 endorsed it.
And there are only
That's
10
all.
votes out of 45,000.
I get it. For what it's worth.
So-
They're going to feed us in the morning, and I'll be glad to go with you and talk.
I won't be eating after this talk, but I'll let you guys eat the food.
Okay. All right.
But no, the only point I'm trying to make is that I've not necessarily heard this before the Jefferson Birmingham. That's the only place I've really heard this being a top priority or an issue in general. And so while I respect Jefferson County and their representatives in Jefferson County, I did realize that there was a local bill that addresses this. I think you mentioned it's civil and this is criminal. But I just think that an issue that's really prevalent in that county, making it a statewide issue, taking it to that level, I think is a bit of an overreach. I think it should have been limited to more of a Jefferson County issue. But if there's Mobile want to bring one to anyone else, that's fine. But I just think that this issue, we're placing one particular issue and putting it in a box and making everyone else kind of respond to it. And so I respect your effort in this, but I will be having a conversation with my mayor tomorrow or this evening at 6 or 7 o'clock or whatever time we get out of here.
Okay. All right, man.
Where is she? The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Jefferson County, Ms. Cavan.
Email letter. Should have brought it.
I just wanted to just address
They did. You took from me for what they did.
just a couple of things.
Right back on.
Please turn it on. You'll make history twice today, and if you can do 10 both, that's a blessing. Listen, turn it on. Don't try me, try Jesus. Listen, couple of things I just want to address. Representative Treadaway, again, thank you for bringing this. You know, I was listening to this debate about Jefferson County. You know, sometimes I don't know if folks represent their respective districts where they live or if they represent Jefferson County in many instances. But in this instance, let me just talk about, you know, something I just heard. Should a car be confiscated? If there's an instance where there's a DUI and the driver is driving the vehicle of someone else and that driver is taken in and arrested, what happens to that vehicle?
It's towed and impounded.
And it is the responsibility of the owner of the vehicle. Am I correct?
That's correct.
If there's a possession charge or any cause under the law, if someone else is driving the vehicle of another person, and that vehicle is impounded, it is the responsibility of whom to get that car out of impoundment?
Registered owner.
Registered owner. Therefore, would it be your opinion that in this same instance, this bill would be treated no differently, other than the number of days that an individual should hit the vehicle be towed and impounded, or there should be a civil forfeiture of the vehicle for this, the crime of exhibition driving on a civil level in the city of Birmingham, Jefferson County, because it's not a city or class 1 municipality bill. Would it be still the responsibility of the owner of the vehicle to get that vehicle out of impoundment?
You know, every municipality I know or every county, it's not the person that has possession of the vehicle. As far as once it's impounded, the registered owner is responsible for going to get the vehicle.
For his or her vehicle. Therefore, it is a responsibility for a person to know or to use absolute care in the utilization of their vehicle. This is an issue, whether you live, if you don't live in Jefferson County, it may not have impacted your county. But this is an issue that if you are living in a city, and I'll just say in a city, where it is on the news every day, it is prominent throughout the 99 neighborhoods for which you live in the 23 communities. Day in and day out, telegram poles are being knocked down. Cities and municipalities are forced to now have to spend thousands of dollars to reconstruct the interstate systems, the roadways, the infrastructure system. Every day we're down here, every other week trying to pass an infrastructure bill where the infrastructure of these cities is being impacted. So if it's not impacting you now, this may be a bill that may be warranted sometime in the near future. But I just wanted to get up because of what I just heard about whether there would be some type of due process or recourse. But anytime a vehicle is impounded under the law, it is the responsibility of the owner to take it upon himself or herself to get that vehicle out of impound or show just cause as to why it should not be, and work with the judge, the legal system. If there are fees, that are associated with, unfortunately, that's just the way it is. I would never bring a bill, and even though there was an attempt last week to kill my bill, and when you try to kill bills, freshmen, I want you to know you need to know your stuff, number one. Make sure, because you end up trying to kill one bill, you end up voting on the wrong bill. And the bill you ought to be voting on, you didn't vote on. So I would never bring a bill, and I have prided myself for 12 years. I've never brought a bill that I did not do my due diligence, that I did not research. That is why when I come here to this well, I stand here boldly, most of the time, if I'm standing by myself, to educate, to inform, and most importantly, to be informed about the level of intellect that I should have so I can take back to the general public. And I pride myself in that. And I've done that for 12 years, and I will continue to do that to make sure that I'm not doing something to hurt anybody and to lessen the blow of any unintended consequence. And I want to thank you. Last week, I had to take a quick 24-hour trip and I had to leave quite early after one committee meeting when my bill came up in a committee. So I was not there to defend, but you know, all things happen for a reason. But with that being said, I just wanted to just say to you, again, it is the responsibility of the vehicle's owner to ensure. I wish you would bring this letter in writing. But you know, you've tried to do so much to me these last few months. It wouldn't surprise me if you didn't bring a letter in writing, Anthony Daniels. So nothing surprises me. I have to keep my back covered in the front and in the back and on the side. And through everything, one of the things I do know is I got a call one day. You can get the champ on the wall up against the rope, but guess what? As long as the champ gets up on the 10 count, it's okay. So at the end of the day, I appreciate you for bringing this bill. And since this gentleman from Madison County, I think he represents Madison, and sometimes I'm confused by that because he stays in Jefferson County so much, but we don't want to mix the issues. I just need to get the clarity with regards to if a vehicle is confiscated. You don't have any help right over there, Mr. Minority Leader. Some of your folks turning on you, but this is my time, and I'm going to reclaim my time. Thank you. What, Mr. Smith? But again, I want to thank you, Representative Treadaway, for bringing this legislation, and hopefully we can get it passed.
Yes, if you would.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Winston, Representative Wadsworth.
No, you got this shit.
And the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Originally, there's a local bill that was passed out of the Jefferson County Committee, correct?
Correct.
Just like this bill that was just for Jefferson County, is that correct?
Similar, yes. It had a lot of the same definitions with the same behavior, but it had a civil application to it.
Okay. Is this a criminal or civil?
This is criminal, and it's a general bill statewide.
Okay. I know in the prior bill, in that civil bill that was passed, that if a car was confiscated, there was like a towing fee, and if they were found they were not liable and it didn't occur, the towing fee was paid by the municipality or the county. Is that correct?
I don't have the bill in front of me, but I believe you're correct.
Okay.
I think we discussed that.
Yeah. And this bill, it's not paid by the, if they're found not guilty, it's not paid by the county or state or anybody. Is that correct?
This bill here, it refers to the forfeiture laws. If the vehicle's forfeiture, there's a current law in place that outlines that process. And
who has to pay in the forfeiture laws if somebody is found not guilty? Who has to pay for the towing fee and storage fees?
Now, I can only tell you how it works in Birmingham, where I've worked for 31 years.
Yeah.
When that happens, in the very, very rare cases that happens, the individuals that acquit it, then they make a claim with the city, and the city pays.
Okay. Now, is there in Jefferson County, or is it the city, that there's actually a cap on the amount of towing fees?
I am not aware of a cap.
Well,
there's contracts in place with local towing and impound lots, and those fees are negotiated.
Well, several years ago, I was eating dinner downtown, and I didn't put that little ticket on my dashboard, and I got towed, and it was right at $400 that I had to pay, and so I did some research, And there was a problem in Jefferson County in that there was no cap on towing fees, and they could charge $1,500, $2,000. It didn't matter. They could charge any amount. And then the city of Jefferson County came back and put a cap on how much they could charge for towing fees in Jefferson
I
County.
think what you're talking about is when you parked on private property and they contracted with these folks to come out and put a lock on your vehicle, and both the city and the county has taken measures to stop that predatory type.
Right, and they actually put a cap on it.
But that had nothing to do with enforcement. That had to do.
No, I agree with that. It agrees with the cap. Now, if somebody's vehicle is taken here statewide, every municipality, every county, they don't all have these caps and these ordinances that limit how much they're required to pay. Correct?
You know, I don't know what others do, but I can tell you the current law where you have to, the process that gives you the due process to get your vehicle.
Yeah, but you've got to pay that money first to get your money back. And if you have people's vehicles that are confiscated and then they are found not guilty, they have to pay the money or lose their vehicle.
Well, doesn't that apply currently to every misdemeanor arrest where a vehicle is towed currently? There's policies.
I don't know that in the law everywhere, but there is no cap. But the difference between that local bill is that was passed earlier was that in that bill, they required the county and state to pay it and not file a claim for it. But they were required to just go ahead and pay it to get the vehicle.
If they found that they were not at fault.
Yeah, but in this case, if they're found not at fault here, the owner has to pay the towing charge, pay the storage charge, and then make a claim. And if it sits there a year because of the court system, you know, you look at it, $1,000, $5 a day, $10 a day, and they have to come with that money, correct?
Well, that applies to every misdemeanor felony arrest that's made.
But I don't think that's,
statewide. But I mean, this is consistent with all the laws in the state.
Well, I don't think they ought to have to pay it. You know, to me, they ought to have to pay it in accordance, have the county or state pay it because they're the ones that towed it. But that's why I don't like the bill. You know, I like the concept of what you're trying to stop, but as far as on trying to make it where I just think there should be some type of limits on what people can charge for towing charges, because, you know, Birmingham did step up and say that there was a predatory, what was going on. People were paying $1,500, $2,000. And I think in this case, Bill, they have to, it's the same thing can apply. They're going to have to step up, pay it, and then ask for reimbursement. It might get reimbursed 2 years later, but a lot of times these folks can't get their car back. Their car gets sold because of the different policies, and that's what concerns me. But I appreciate it.
Sure, thanks, gentlemen. The question for the body now is the floor substitute brought by the sponsor.
No, the amendment. The amendment.
The amendment to the substitute. If you're in favor of the floor amendment, your vote will be aye. Opposed, V no. Clerk will unlock the machine and record the votes.
All of that for that? I think there was something else going on rather than me and a bill.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 101 ayes, 1 nay. The amendment is adopted, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, if there's no other questions, I move for final passage as amended.
That is the question, is final passage of HB 29 as amended. Clerk will unlock the machines and the members will vote. All the members voted.
Hold on, watch this. Watch. I'll let you go.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 95 ayes, 3 nays, and HB 29 has passed. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I've been asked for co-sponsors. Since the bill's passed.
Mr. Clerk will open up for co-sponsors. All that want to co-sponsor will vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House.
Thank the gentleman. Clerk will lock the machine. 30 co-sponsor on HB 29. Chair would like to recognize former member Jamie Isom on the floor. Let's give her a big hand for being here with us today. Also, we have with us Chris Curry, the Montgomery Airport Authority. Mobile Airport Authority. Let's give them a big hand. All the Mobile delegation welcomes you. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 11 of the calendar, House Bill number 34 by Representative Estes, relating to crimes and offenses.
Representative Estes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the recognition. Members, what this bill does, HB 34, it closes a loophole in current Alabama law. Most of you already know it is a felony to discharge a firearm into an occupied or unoccupied school bus or occupied or unoccupied school building. What it does not cover is discharging a firearm just on school grounds in general. And at the appropriate time, Mr. Speaker, I do have an amendment and another one's being
Let's get
brought.
the BR first.
Yes, sir. If there's no further questions, I'd ask for the BR.
That is the questions, the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR is adopted.
Address the amendment?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Clerk, receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 34 by Representative Estes.
Representative Estes, explain your amendment.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this was drawn to my attention after we had got out of the Judiciary Committee. Most of you are aware that most school systems out in the state own what is called 16th section land, and sometimes they lease that out for hunting. And what this amendment does is clarify that's not the land upon which we're speaking. We're talking about, with this bill, we're talking about school campuses as most of us think of them, where the instructional lessons take place and there's actually buildings and whatnot. So the amendment makes certain that we're not including 16th section land in this bill.
Members, you've heard the explanation of the floor amendment. If you're in favor of the floor amendment, vote aye. Opposed, vote no. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. Amendment is adopted. Representative Estes.
Yes, and I understand we have another amendment coming.
Chair recognizes Chairman Collins.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. As I was reading this bill, and I liked the intent, I actually thought it was already against the law, but the thought of a felony following a student for the rest of their life was a lot. And so on replace line 74 through 75 with a person shall not be in violation of this section if he or she is under 19 years of age.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'll accept this as a friendly amendment. Ms. Collins and I, Representative Collins and I discussed this, and it does make this a stronger bill.
Clerk, receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill 34 by Representative Collins.
Representative Estes, this is a friendly amendment.
Yes.
Clerk will unlock machine. Record the votes. Aye. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 104 ayes, 1 nay. The amendment is adopted. Representative Estes.
Mr. Speaker, if there's no further questions, I would move for passage of the bill as amended.
That is the question. Is passage of the bill as amended? Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. HB 34 has been passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 12 of the calendar, House Bill number 37 by Representative Hill, relating to crimes and offenses.
Chairman Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill sets up two different levels of terrorist threat.
The first level of terrorist threat would be a crime of terrorist threat would be involved in the first degree when based on objective evaluation, credible threats to commit a crime of violence against a person or damage to a property, and that this threat causes the evacuation or disruption of a school, church, or other activity. That would be a Class C felony. The second threat, the second part of this would be a Class A misdemeanor, which would simply be making the threat for which there is no disruption of school activity or building activity. So with that, I would ask for the BIR.
That is a question for the bodies of BIR. Clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been passed.
Then, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for final passage.
That is questions for, I got one light on the gentleman from Marengo, Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Sure.
My concern and my question is in regards to that making the threat, the terrorist threat. You know, we have students that unfortunately think it's funny a lot of times, and they do these pranks. And yeah, I know we have an expenditure of funding and things of that nature, but like the previous, on that amendment of Representative Collins, you know, I'm concerned about with these young people that make these threats that, you know, it's a prank. Are we going to address that in any way?
Let me tell you why I don't think we have to.
Okay.
If the individual is under the age of 18, then at that point in time, anything of this nature would be a juvenile act. And consequently, you know, a juvenile act is not a finding of guilt. It is an adjudication of an act.
Right.
And it could be adjudication of an act of a delinquent act, which would be a crime if the individual were an adult, or a adjudication of an individual in need of supervision. So AJ, I think we would handle that in that manner.
Okay, and we wouldn't, because I don't want to get any of this escalated, you know, as kids are like 17 or whatever, 18 years old. Sometime in the court system, we will clarify them as adults or classify them as adults.
It would not be automatic.
Okay.
It would not be an automatic because it's not a Class A felony, and it would be a situation where it would have to, that action would have to be brought by the district attorney. And to be honest with you, I cannot imagine anybody doing that in this instance.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
No, you're welcome. Thanks for the questions.
Sure, thanks, the gentleman. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 37. Clerk will unlock the machine. Record the votes. Clerk will lock the machines. 102 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 37 has passed.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Yes,
it.
sir. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 26 of the calendar, House Bill number 141 by Representative Ellis, relating to disability insurance policies.
Representative Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, with recognition. Members, House Bill 141 is a paid family leave bill. Bill allows insurance carriers to provide a new product of family leave insurance. It's a new product. It is not mandatory. It's voluntary. With that, no question, I'll ask for the BIR.
That's a question. The passage of the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote.
Oh, it's great. It's great or I wouldn't be touching it.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103, 104 ayes, 0 nays. BR has passed. Chairman Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there's no further questions, I'll call for final passage.
That is questions. Final passage of HB 141. The clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote.
Good day.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 105 ayes, 0 nays. HB 141 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
Thank you, members.
On page 5 of the calendar, House Bill 65 with substitute by Representative Collins related to competitive bidding.
Chairperson Collins, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. House Bill 65 does something similar to what we did with Representative Ellis's bill for cities and counties, but this does it for cities and county boards of education, and it moves the competitive bid amount from 15 to 40. But what it also does is it includes a 3% consumer price index so that after 3 years, they can see if there's been an increase, and then they can go up to 3%. And so we don't have to keep bringing these bills back. So with that, I ask to adopt the BIR.
That's a question for the body. Clerk will unlock the machine. The members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 1 nay. BR has passed.
If there are no questions, I ask for final passage.
I'm showing a sub.
Oh, I'd like to adopt the committee sub, yes,
Okay, the question
about the sub.
before the body is adoption of the committee sub. It was in the bill. You want to explain the sub?
The sub, just when I came in, it was 15,000 and we were going to go to what the cities and counties were. And we heard they were already asking for an increase. Public Works they were at 30, Public Works was at 50. So we split the difference at 40. So the sub included the things I just told you. Since that had come out of committee, I thought that's the one we were already on. Excuse me.
Not a problem. So you heard the explanation of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays, 2 abstentions. The sub has passed. Chairman Collins.
I'd ask for final passage.
That is a question. Chair recognizes lady from Madison, Representative Hall.
Oh, I bet so. You want to see?
Question for the body now is final passage of HB 65. The clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine and record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays, 2 abstentions. HB 65 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you, Representative Collins. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 3 of the calendar, House Bill 21 by Representative Brown relating to criminal procedure.
Representative Brown, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have House Bill 21, which is the second part of a Sexual Assault Victims Bill of Rights bill we passed 2 years ago. What this does, it requires that all law enforcement agencies in the state report to ALEA annually the number of sexual assaults in their area, the number of cases that evidence has been submitted, and the number of cases where evidence was not submitted. And this includes college campuses. With that, Mr. Speaker, I call for the BIR.
That's a question for the body is the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The BR has passed. Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are no further questions. I call for final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir. To you, I will.
Thank you, sir. This reporting, now we are reporting to Aaliyah. Is Aaliyah going to further forward the reporting to any agency or back to the legislature?
Yes, it's required in there that annually they will report to the Speaker and the President of the Senate.
Okay, we've had that requirement in other legislation, and they've not followed through on it. Do we have anything that we can put in this legislation that would, you know, force them to actually get us that information, or is it just a request?
Well, it's a requirement of the agencies that they report to Aaliyah, and then Aaliyah reports it on to us. There's no, I mean, we can't fine Aaliyah. So, but I understand where you're coming from with that, the frustration.
And that's a frustration. So I think we need to honestly begin to think about if we are passing and asking for these reports, there's a purpose in us getting these reports. So I feel like we really need to begin to insist that they follow through on what we requested.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The question for the body is final passage of HB 21. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. HB 21 is passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thanks, gentlemen. Chair, clerk call the next bill.
On page 49 of the on page 7 of the calendar, House Bill number 49, with substitute by Representative Ingram relating to the state treasurer.
Chairman Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to carry this bill over.
Hearing no objections, the bill is carried over. Clerk call next bill.
On page 22 of the calendar, House Bill number 114 with substitute by Representative Woods relating to fiduciary funds.
Representative Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow colleagues, I bring you today House Bill 114 that deals with the unclaimed fiduciary funds related to Section 19-3-87 Code of Alabama. This bill would amend this section of code to allow for the disposition of those funds being held by county officials and allow them to become vested in the county road and bridge funds after a minimum period of 15 years. This bill further amends Section 19-387 to require notice of the intended forfeiture, including at a minimum a description of the funds, the date of the forfeiture, and a description of how a person entitled to recover all or part of those unclaimed funds may make a claim. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move for the BIR.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Stringer. Question for the body is the passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has passed. Representative Woods.
Mr. Speaker, I have a committee substitute on line 55. There was a typographical error. The word "of" was struck through and changed to "or." There's no questions. I would move to adopt the committee substitute.
You've heard the explanation of the committee substitute. Clerk will unlock the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. The sub has been adopted. Representative Woods.
Mr. Speaker, if there's no other questions, I'd move for final passage.
That is a question. Final passage of HB 114. Clerk will unlock the machine, record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays, 114 has passed. That's your first bill.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 14 of the calendar, House Bill 47 by Representative Alman relating to the Alabama Uniform Trust Code.
Representative Alman.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker. This is an Alabama Law Institute bill that amends the Alabama Uniform Trust Code. For passage of the BIR.
Is a question of passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The BR is passed. Representative Oliver.
If there are no questions, I move for final passage.
Clerk will unlock the machine, record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays, 2 abstention. HB 47 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, body.
Thank you, member. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 17 of the calendar, House Bill number 162 by Representative Oliver relating to the Alabama Medical Liability Act of 1996.
Chairman Oliver.
Mr. Speaker and body, this is an Alabama Ambulance Association EMS liability bill. Under current law, the Alabama Medical Liability Act extends certain enhanced litigation requirements to healthcare providers as defined in the law. What this bill will do is amend that to include paramedics, EMTs, and healthcare providers such as ambulance services under the AMLA. At this time, I'd like to ask for the BIR.
That's a question for the body. Is the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays, 2 abstentions. The BIR is passed. Chairman Oliver.
At this time, I'd like to ask for final passage.
That's a question is final passage of HB 162. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 104 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. HB 162 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Great job today. Great work, members. Very good. Good job. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Ladies and gentlemen, having agreed to meet.
Wait a minute. I got a moment of personal privilege I need to recognize real quick, Chris. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Representative Pettis, you are recognized.
I don't know, many of y'all know we had an Alabama State Trooper that was shot Sunday night. He's been transported to Pensacola Hospital. I just asked for a moment of silence for him and his family.
Thank you, Chairman Pettis.
I forgot, his name is Corporal Alfred.
Pro Tem Pringle, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll meet at 8:30 in the morning. With that, I move the House stand in adjournment.
We are adjourned.